Hello, everybody, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to see you all here, dear friends. Everybody who participate in De La Vida. This is the second day, and we go through all these processes successfully. And today we're gonna talk about things you are all interested in. The day will be very energetic, and I would like now to invite the author of this art piece, Mrs. Hajar. Mrs. Hajar, please come here because she authored this masterpiece together with Ilona. She has a lot of things to say. Good morning, everybody. I will start first, and then Ilona will continue. Yesterday, we had an official opening of our event. Yes, we opened it yesterday, and today we have the third day of our Congress. It was very exciting to prepare for this event, and I hope that we got what we really planned. This is very serious, but at the same time it is very important event to prolong our life. We want our life to be long and healthy, and we pray God every new day. Yes, we want it to a little bit dilute this serious topic. We wanted you to have very good mood at the same time, along with important knowledge. That's why we invited musical groups, and we should do it every day. Life is very valuable for us. Yes, we were thinking about that, and probably in your invitation you had this question: can we prolong our life? It was the question asked to you, and we wanted to ask what is the cost of our life, but we were really scared to ask this question from the very beginning. We all need to value our life. It depends on us how much we can invest in our life. More quality it will be, more brighter it will be. And I have a slogan in my life: the life is an art, because it depends on you what you will learn and how you can build your relations with your friends. And I wish all of you to create the life you really want, starting from the very morning. As Ilona said, you can announce what you want and to put your goal, not only for your life but for every day. And I want your goals to be so big that you will not have enough time to implement it. And I want you to be healthy, beautiful. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much for supporting us. And I would like to express my special thanks to speakers. I'm very grateful that we have managed to bring so many people, so many speakers and listeners here in Azerbaijan. And please, the stage is yours. I will continue. I will continue with this. The concept of this project actually was built, it was like a beats. We made it possible and we learned it from different events, from different congresses. It is a long story, and I would like to say thank you to one of the authors because this story started 6 years ago, and I'm very happy that this event was realized here in Azerbaijan. And now this speech is little bit off schedule, and at the same time I have a feeling. Sometimes we say that never again, but we see that when people are coming to us and approaching us and saying thank you very much, all your positive words are very valuable, and it's up to you. It depends on you. Will we continue this event or not? And at this moment, when by the way, we're gonna have the major festival here in Azerbaijan soon, when people buy gifts to each other. We prepare ourselves for this event. It's like the Christmas in other countries, and our speakers actually are our gifts. We are unpacking them. It's like unpacking very beautiful gifts, and I'm very happy that you are here with us, and you brought your experience, intercontinental experience here to share it with us, and we really enjoy these gifts, meaning our speakers. And my slogan is human stops dancing when he gets old. Also, I'd like to add something. Yes, we are telling that we will never do it again, but no, just a moment. I need to declare it. The next one in September. In October will be another festival, October 25 to 5th. You can join it if you want. In Instagram they ask us when we're gonna have another event. So here you are. You are welcome. Thank you very much.
Nənələrimizə təşəkkürümüzü
Мы
bildiririk
хотим
və
выразить
əziz
благодарность нашим
xaricdən gələn
бабушкам и
qonaqlarımız,
уважаемым
düzdür siz bizim üçün
гостям
əziz, siz
из-за
də olmazsınız.
границы.
Biz onu vurğulamaq
Мы
istərdik ki,
хотим
bu
подчеркнуть,
möhtəşəm
что
tədbir qalib Azərbaycanda baş tutur və
это
tarixə imza
замечательное
atır
мероприятие
və
происходит в
biz onu da
победоносном
bildirmək
Азербайджане.
istərdik
И мы
ki,
хотели бы также отметить то,
nənələrimizin,
что
əslində nənə də deyirik sizə, maşallah olsun, çox enerjili, çox gözəl
наши
gənc
бабушки
xanımları biz
очень
səhnədə
энергичные
görməkdəyik
и
və bugünkü bizim
такое впечатление, что
mövzularımızdan
молодых
biri də gen terapiya
женщин
ilə
видим на
bağlıdır
сцене. И
və mən onu vurğulayım ki, bu neçə gün ərzində
я
həm
бы
qala
хотел
gecədə, həm
сказать,
konqresdə hər
я
məqam
не стану
xüsusi seçilib. Ona görə ki, hər
у
anın
нас на
özünün bir
этом
anlamı var,
конгрессе
mənası var
мы
və
выбрали
bizim
особые
əziz nənələrimizin də bura
моменты,
gəlməyinin xüsusi bir
и
anlamı var.
поэтому
Həmçinin
есть
onların
особое
sonuncu
место в этом
indi, mən
занимают
sizdən xahiş
приезд
edəcəm, biraz
сюда
mərkəzə
и
Dear
daha
guests,
sonra
наших
daha yaxın,
бабушек.
I express
gələcək.
this joy call This call to joy.
У них есть очень известная песня «I
Vigorous
Love
work.
You».
We encourage everyone to have a wonderful celebration of a wonderful grandma's performance day.
Энергичной
We
работе.
must also
Мы призываем всех к замечательному проведению
to
замечательного дня,
participate in this way.
отличной работе, и во время
We clap.
выступления
Let's
бабушек вы должны также участвовать вот таким вот
try
образом
to repeat
хлопать.
after me.
И давайте попробуем повторить за мной.
Nələr Folklor Xalq Qrupu, təşəkkür edirik sizə.
Благодарим вас, бабушки.
Minnətdarkən onları alqışlarla uğurlayaq.
Давайте
Yola salaq, minnətdarıq iştirakınıza
поаплодируем
görə.
им, когда они
Buyurun.
спускаются со сцены.
Okay, guys. Once again, good morning. Sorry, we are again off the schedule, so let's try to keep up the pace. Our first panel is about anti-aging medicine, gene therapy, and STEM technologies. And our next speaker is a miracle, and she's a founder and CEO of Viva Sciences. She is a humanitarian, she is an entrepreneur, she is an author and innovator. She considers aging is a disease and believes that advancement in space will lead to healthier and longer lifespan. Let's greet our Liz Parrish to come to the stage with her wonderful presentation about gene therapy, Alzheimer, and dementia. Thank you. Floor is yours. Yes. And you can use this. Now presentation will come up on the screen. Thank you.
It's so wonderful to be here. I can't believe that I'm in Azerbaijan. My story started in 2013 with a sick child, my child. And that thrust me into the world of medicine. I learned about chronic disease, not only of children, but of aging people. And I built a company to get therapies to you, gene therapies. Therapies in which you would only need to take every maybe 5 to 10 years to live healthier and longer and stronger. This is an example of gene therapy. Over a decade ago, a hospital called Nationwide Children's Hospital started to do research in Duchenne's muscular dystrophy and Becker's muscular dystrophy. The child that you're seeing here is trying to climb stairs, but he can't because his muscles have been weakened by a congenital disease. The gene therapy that they used in this case is called follistatin. We have advanced this therapy for an aging population. Every gene that my company chooses will treat both a childhood disease and aging people. So, on the right, you're going to see this boy just 3 weeks after gene therapy. The power of this technology is immense. You and I and every living thing on this planet is just made of genes. Combinations, we are programs. We are running the algorithm of these genes, and our company wants to harness that power and take control of those genes rather than us being their slaves. The genes are immortal. The problem that my company is tackling is biological aging. Aging-associated diseases kill 64% of the whole global population, and most people actually die prematurely of aging. There are 15 approved gene therapies today in the world. Most of them come with a cost of $2 to $5 million, way more than anyone can afford. But by treating the greatest global unmet medical need, we can make affordable therapies for everyone, including those with rare disease. What we're looking at is called the silver tsunami. In the year 2020, the population over the age of 60 surpassed the population of those under 5 years old. That means there are no payers coming to take care of your retirement. We must live longer, we must live better, and we must start to adapt to survive things like global climate change and global disaster. The problem is that today we're living longer than ever, but that means we're living longer in poor health. Most people will spend a third of their life in chronic conditions, unable to work, with less mental faculty, with less ability to achieve their dreams that they wished to achieve. The promise of gene therapy and regenerative medicine as a whole is to take this lifespan and make the whole thing healthy, and actually see if we can break the limit. As you know, every nation in the world has been industrialized off the back of lifespan. When we live longer, we do better things for the world, for our neighbors, for our people. So imagine what more years could give us. This is what lifespan looks like today. Around the age of 45, we see the death curve. The curve is the line going down. This is the years that we start to live in ill health, that we start to lose our friends and family. Squaring the curve was an original idea to longevity. Of course, we want to do better than that. Squaring the curve means to help you live in maximum health span for your entire life. Because as you can see from this curve, by the time you retire, by the time that you are able to have enough wealth in order to enjoy your life, you have diminishing returns on your physical body. Today, the idea of retiring at 65 and traveling the world when you can do less is not so appealing. The solution is to embark on genetic medicine. This is a natural medicine. This is not a new and scary technology. This is a very positive technology. This is a technology that has been with humans and every species on the planet since we first became into existence. Viral vectors have genetically altered us throughout history. They are now believed to be part of why we can think so clearly, how we have a perception of time, and why most of us, women, can carry babies to term more successfully. All the integration of new genes in a slow portion of evolution. But today we can harness this technology for the betterment of everyone. Here you will see this is what gene therapy looks like. We use vectors, and in these vectors we put therapeutic genes. This means that people will no longer need to take pills that might damage their liver or their kidneys and have many side effects. The side effect of the gene therapy is your cells making the exact protein that we want it to make. In 2015, I did 2 gene therapies. In 2020, I did 4 more gene therapies. People are amazed when they ask me what happened and what were the side effects, what were the downfall of the medicine. But we only upregulate the genes that we want the proteins for. We don't have off-target effects. That's not to say that there won't be risks as new gene therapies emerge, but the gene therapies that we've been using been around for over a decade, extending the lifespan of model organisms over and over, but never translated to humans. Here you see the vector enter the cell, the therapeutic gene go into the nucleus of the cell, and start creating the protein. Gene therapies are generally given by injection or intravenously, but they can also be delivered directly to specific organs. And today we'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about dementia. The aging puzzle is very difficult. When we started in 2015, I was the first person in the world to take gene therapy to treat aging. I wasn't trying to live forever. I was trying to cure childhood diseases and ensure that children did not grow up to die of the same diseases that we do. Because that is what science does. That is what technology does. But somewhere along the way, we became so risk averse that a mother like myself had to come forward to push the boundaries, to be ridiculed by the media, because I demand better for our children, for your children. When we started, we thought that just by lengthening telomeres, we might be able to reverse all of aging. But we found out that wasn't the case, that aging is a complex disorder, that it's going to take multiple genes to solve. So here we see things like mitochondrial dysfunction and glycation and things, a growing list of the laundry list of what's happening in aging. Now, master regulators like telomerase reverse transcriptase, which is a gene therapy that lengthens the caps at the ends of your chromosomes, giving your cells more cellular division. Did you know that over 28 species' lifespans are actually limited by their telomeres? We know that now. We know that a bottleneck to how long humans can live is based in their telomeres. And telomeres do hit a lot of the hallmarks of aging and reverse some of the processes, but not all of them. So our company is committed to finding all of the genes that will help you live longer. Think of them as matches. Each one of the hallmarks of aging is burning in you. And your family, hereditarily, may have differences. Some families have cancer that run in them. That's genomic instability. Some families have dementia. These are other forms of aging with shorter fuses. Did you know that if today we cured cancer, all of cancer, It would only lengthen your lifespan by 2 to 4 years because all of the matches of aging are burning. My company has taken radical steps to promote the use of these gene therapies, putting our reputations of great scientists and innovators on the line. Because today, over 100,000 people will die of aging. Over 100,000. About 36 to 41 million people will die this year and have done so since I started this company. It's a tragedy. Governments need to come forward and help people get access, and we are building a plan. It's called Best Choice Medicine. We'll talk about it later if we have time, in which gives governments a route for early adoption of these technologies for the most terminal patients in their countries, therefore helping us gain human data that will expedite human clinical trials to humans. In this study for dementia, we were able to get a nonprofit to come forward and help 5 people get access to gene therapy with mid to late stage dementia, which is quite amazing. That's a terminal condition. There is really nothing there but the absolute loss of human personhood. They cannot identify their family members anymore. And eventually they cannot even eat or swallow. This was a paper that we released about the study. These 5 patients, if I could share the testimonials from the families, you would be elated. 4 out of 5 of the patients showed benefits. The genes that we used in this therapy were telomerase reverse transcriptase, that is associated with reducing tau tangles in the brain, and clotho, which is associated with better cognitive performance and the removal of beta amyloid plaques. Now, those are just symptoms of dementia, and that's why we're using regenerative gene therapies to help cells behave more youthfully, so that the function of the cell is better, so that the cell can clear damage. So what did we see? 4 out of 5 patients improved on the Fulstein test, and they continued to have improvements for over a year. It was not a cure, but we're on the way, and in the next study, we'll even be adding another gene, a 3rd gene. This gene therapy was given intranasally. That allows us to use less gene therapy and have a less cost-prohibited therapy. On the other side of the graph, you're looking at telomere lengths. We used a small amount of telomerase reverse transcriptase, but we decided, after great debate, to test their blood. We test their blood with 3 tests now. We use 2 that are commercially available and a 3rd lab in Israel to make sure that the length is correct, because there is variation in these tests. All of the participants had lengthening of telomeres, which we didn't plan to see. And this might tell us that a lower dose gene therapy could have benefits. And why do telomeres matter in the T lymphocytes? It's immune senescence. There were a couple papers that came out during COVID in very reputable journals that showed shorter telomeres were associated with mortality of COVID. You are more likely to die if your telomeres are short because your immune cells cannot divide to tackle the infection. So we're trying to make life easier for you. We went back to research at Rutgers University in 2018 and started to develop a new vector delivery method that could deliver more genes. Remember, I told you that I've taken many gene therapies. Each one of them had to be introduced to my body one at a time. And this means there's a more problem with toxicity and wondering where genes went and which cells got the genes. So we started with a vector that is much bigger. It's 10 times bigger than the original vector. And we used it both intranasally and injectably. And the wonderful thing is with AAV, we actually have to use a proprietary method to inject with a needle into your nose. And yes, it hurts. And yes, I did take the therapy because my goal is to take every therapy before someone comes along to take it as a patient. But with CMV, we were able to just spray it into the nose. So in the future, you may, in your own bathroom, just spray your own gene therapy into your nose to live longer and healthier. The two genes we used were, again, telomerase reverse transcriptase and follistatin, the gene that you saw in the images of the young boy who had muscular dystrophy. What we saw was a massive increase in lifespan in these mice. And not only that, with CMV, the treatment was redosable. That's something that we cannot do with AAV. So if you were like this mouse and this translated to humans, let's say you might live 80 years on the planet. With the gene therapy, you might live to 110. And that means that you will live to see the next therapies. I don't mean to challenge you, because I certainly was challenged by the premise of treating aging when I first met the technology. But when people ask if you want to live for a long time, you should not look to the future. You should only decide if you would like to live tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and all the great and wonderful things that you can do with your time. We have 3 peer-reviewed studies, and you can look them up on the internet if you're interested in the science. The science is fantastic. Again, every gene that we work with has been around for over a decade and has meta-analysis. That means more than one lab worked on these genes. They didn't just come out of thin air. They're all human genes that you naturally have, and we're just upregulating the proteins that will make you healthier. We introduced a new platform called the Code Keeper over a year ago. And this is a database for anyone with a disease who wants to know what's happening in gene therapy. You can go to bioviva-codekeeper.com and look up your condition or your child's condition and see what's available. Go out and fund the science. Go start a company. You are qualified. If you have the desire and the passion, you are qualified to change the world. I give you permission. Really quick and briefly, Best Choice Medicine is my new regulatory path for terminally ill patients to get access to new and innovative technology that is otherwise illegal to access, meaning that I want you to have the choice of the medicine you take. You should have the dignity. The dying should have the dignity to try new medicine. Most of us are alive because of medicine. This was given to us to make the world a better place. Don't allow people to over-regulate your future. It should be yours. It's a humane route, and this data, human data, is what should be driving clinical trials, not mouse data. Mice are not predictive of what will happen in a human, and we've seen time and time again bad drugs come to clinical trials that were not ready. Let's make a better world for our children. Even if you don't want to live forever, maybe if you feel like a limited time span is better for you, let's at least not leave our children with the same diseases that we die from: heart disease, cancer, organ failure, dementia, COPD. Science is here to make the world a better place. I want to thank my company and my team. They are the most amazing people to me on the planet. Dr. Jason Williams has ethically and helpfully treated many people with rare and burdening diseases that had no other treatment. He's currently in phase 1 trials in the US for his cancer treatments that are working amazingly well for people. Professor George Church is the professor of genetics at Harvard University, and he's a co-founder of the company because he believes in better medicine and that we need to get it to people who choose to take it. Hua Zhu and Dabu Zhajian are our team at Rutgers University. And then all of the scientific advisors on the bottom are either leaders in cytomegalovirus, our new gene therapy delivery, or the aging associated space. I want to thank you so much for listening, and I hope that you take into heart that the future literally lies in you commanding it. Don't leave it up to anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz, for amazing presentation. Thank you. Wonderful. Let's continue. Our next speaker will talk about stem cell therapy. This professor of bioeconomy at University of Lugano. He has established Bioscience Institute in San Marino, Italy, and Bioscience Clinic in Dubai. And it's Professor Giuseppe Mucci. Please come to the stage. Thank you. This is for you. Mic is on. Double down. Double put it on. Yeah, this is for the next slide.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to Jafar Gavarova for this invitation and for this excellent event. I am here to speak to you about the stem cells. I don't want to speak about my company, but I want to speak about this biological product because I think this is have to be the topic of this speech. So the company, just to inform you, have 4 facilities in several different places in the world, and we have several licenses since 2007, 2013. The reason for which I say this is because it's very important to know that it's not true that in Europe or in the USA the stem cell is not allowed. It's true that it's allowed. The difference is that you need to have the license, you need to have the good manufacturer product certificate to expand these cells and to use these cells. The problem is that to have this license is so expensive, the return on investment is too late because it takes minimum 6-8 years, and nobody invests in this place. But it's totally different to say it's not allowed. To use stem cells in Europe, in USA, in a lot of countries is totally allowed. So it's easy to say it's not allowed when the people don't want to use the stem cells because they prefer to use something that is more cheap to a more profitable product. So the stem cells about we speak is not embryonic and is not hematopoietic, but is mesenchymal stem cells. The embryonic stem cells is the cells that we collect from the blastocytes, and these cells have to be collected within 6 days after conception. The problem of these cells is tumorogenicity and is a bioethic problem. Why? Because the embryonic stem cells have a huge proliferation activity, and the scientists till today have a lot of difficulty to have the control of the proliferation, and the proliferation is directly connected with the tumorogenicity. Bioethic problem because you need to have embryo and you need to have the abortion. And then there is a very poor scientific validation. In fact, as you can see, the clinical trial in this moment in the world about embryonic stem cells are only 79. About hematopoietic stem cells is a very, very interesting source of stem cells. And these stem cells can be collected from cord blood and bone marrow. When we use the peripheral blood, but we use the stem cell from bone marrow because through the mobilization, they are injected in the bloodstream and then are collected with the pheresis. But in the peripheral blood, there are not hematopoietic stem cells. There are no stem cells in the blood. In the bone marrow, the first transplant was done in 1956. And in the cord blood, the first transplant was done in 1988. What means that this technology is very sustainable and the substance behind this is an evidence. And the cord blood stem cells clinical trial are around 500 today. The mesenchymal stem cell source can be the cord and the placenta tissue, so the cord, not cord blood. Then can be bone marrow, then can be dental pulp, then are also adipose tissues, the fat. The stem cells can be collected from placenta or core tissues. But the first problem is that if you use these cells, then you have to use allogenic stem cells. It's not your stem cells because, of course, or you collected when you was born the stem cells, or you cannot have this. The stem cells collected from bone marrow is possible to collect, but the problem is so painful, and the concentration of stem cells in bone marrow, about mesenchymal stem cells, is very low. It's better to use bone marrow for the hematopoietic stem cells. Then dental pulp. Dental pulp, there are stem cells, but it is impossible to develop a good manufacture practice process for extraction and expansion of these cells, because the quantity of the dental pulp is very, very low. And when you make all the tests on this biological material for the quality, you don't have more stem cell to use for the transplant. The adipose tissues is the most important and most interesting biological product for the hematopoietic stem cell from the adipose-derived stem cells, because the concentration is so high and is so easy to collect. And this is the reason for which, in this moment in the world, there are more than 105,000 clinical trials. As you can see, 1,503 clinical trials in the world about mesenchymal stem cells, and 480 are completed studies, and the conditions are more than 1,000. What means that 700 times is demonstrated the safety of the use of stem cells, of the mesenchymal stem cells, because to achieve the completion of the study, you need to have to come through the in vitro test about the safety on animal, on human. What mean is 100 times confirmed the safety. There was, in 2005, there was a study published by one Spanish team. They spoke about the spontaneous human adult stem transplantation. What mean? They introduced in the scientific field the doubt about the safety of the stem cells. But this study in 2010 was retracted, and this is one of the top 10 most highly cited retracted paper. What means that there is only one study. They created some doubt about the use of stem cells, but was retracted. So, because it's very important to make some assessment. The first assessment is the safety. And about the safety, there are no more doubt, and we can go now through to show the evidence of the efficacy. So, it's very important to know that the concept of, we have to go to the origin of the aging, why we age. We age because the number of stem cells during the lifetime go down. When the baby born have 100% of stem cells, so it means 282 million, but and at 480-year-old, the quantity remains 5%. So what's mean? The quantity of the stem cells in our body is going down, and this is the main reason of aging. The function of stem cells is not a big problem. So, because also when the person have 80-year-old, the functionality of the stem cells is 70% of the origin. So the quantity at 80-year-old is just 5% of the origin, but the functionality is 70% of the origin. And this is more easy to understand. When a baby 100%, when more than 60-year-old, 5%. This is the reason for which the newborn have a very, very fast wound healing, and the adult people have slow wound healing. Now we have to start to speak about what are considered, based on the science, based on the official science, the mesenchymal stem cells. There is the International Society of Cellular Therapy. They identified the mesenchymal stem cells in a few topics. One, have to be cultured, expanded cells. Then they have to adhere to the plastic. So when we make the culture of stem cells, the mesenchymal stem cells are on the ground, the plastic of the flask. All the other are no stem cells. Then when we make the culture of the stem cells, we make the flow cytometry, we need to find this kind of phenotype inside these cells. And then when you want to try to, you expand these cells and you want to make the differentiation, if these stem cells became osteoblasts, adipocyte, chondroblast, and other adult cells, then these cells are mesenchymal stem cells. So in the synthesis, the mesenchymal stem cell, based on the International Society of Cellular Therapy, have to be cultured, expanded, and plastic adherent cells. And they have to have a minimum a trillionage of potential of differentiation, and they have to express several biomarkers. The International Society said freshly isolated cells from tissues do not contain cells that can meet this criteria. And the misleading terminology is there is a growing concern that uncharacterized, minimally manipulated cellular preparation from different sources are being misrepresented as stem cells. What means that the term mesenchymal stem cells is misused to marketing and research in literature and make a contribution to confusion. But we can enter in deep in this point. The point is this. We have the stromal vascular fraction. What means? We can collect the fat from the patient. We can make a centrifugation. And after centrifugation, we have a different layer of the fat. And the bottom line of the fat, centrifugated fat, is called the stromal vascular fraction, is rich of a heterogeneous population of cells. But these freshly isolated cells from this part of the fat don't meet the criteria of mesenchymal stem cells. So if you want to claim that I use stem cells, first you need to meet the criteria of the International Society of Cell Therapy, and you need to have the expanded adipose-derived stem cells. And any kind of technology that is used to isolate some cells from the fat, but there is a heterogeneous population of cells, don't meet the criteria of the mesenchymal stem cells, and this is misleading terminology. This is just fact. Now, why we want to put your attention to this question? Because it's very important to know that when you make a centrifugation of the fat, and you have the stromal vascular fraction, the bottom of the vial, you have a huge quantity of cells. There are a lot of cells, but there are also the macrophages. Macrophages are around between 10 to 40% of the cells that are inside this stromal vascular fraction. What is the role of macrophage in this condition? They make a degradation and drive skin aging, so they destroy the extracellular matrix. What's mean? If we have a lot of macrophage in the fat, in the stromal vascular fraction, and we know there are a lot, and the percentage of macrophage inside the fat is directly connected with the obesity of the patient, then or we make the isolation of mesenchymal stem cells and we eliminate the macrophage, or when we inject the stem cells, we inject the stromal vascular fraction. In fact, a lot of doctors inject in the knee the stromal vascular fraction, but then they have to inject the cortisone. Why? Because the macrophage increases inflammation. Another very important question is connected with the quantity of the stem cells. The stem cells inside the stromal vascular fraction are very, very low quantity. They are between 0.005 to 3%. So the quantity of the stem cells that you can collect the fat, if you make a centrifugation, is very low. And this quantity of stem cells is useless for any kind of treatment. And if there are not enough stem cells, what we can do? After the isolation of the stem cell from macrophage, then you have to make the stem cell expansion. And to have the stem cell expansion, you can see after 2 days of expansion how many few cells are, and you can see after 12 days how many cells you can find. This is the big difference with the not expanded stem cells. And because initially we saw that the aging depends on the quantity of the stem cells, what means that the result that we are going to do is dependent from the quantity of stem cells. And if you use a low quantity of stem cells, you are wasting your time. So, can you share this video? This is a video, this. Okay, please. So this is in vitro, the culture of the stem cells during, how you can see how day by day they increase the quantity of stem cells during the culture. This is the process of the culture. Now, we know, based on the scientific evidence, because there are thousands of papers, that the minimum dose for the minimum treatment with stem cells needs of 10 million of mesenchymal stem cells. And if you want to use the fat, you need to have 2 liters of fat. And if you use the expanded stem cells, you need just to have 10 cc of fat. So this is the big difference. If you want to make a skin aging, or you want to make a treatment for knee osteoarthritis, and you want to use the stromal vascular fraction, you have to collect from the patient 2 liters of fat. And then you will have a lot of macrophage. So there is another problem, the problem of the standardization, because the quantity of stem cells in the fat depends from the site of collection and the donor age. What I mean that if you don't use expanded stem cells, on which you can have the exactly quantity of stem cells that we are using, because you know exactly how many cells are using, you cannot make the standardization because the quantity of stem cells in the stromal vascular fraction can depend patient by patient from the site collection and from the donor age. So you cannot manage the results of your treatment. The process is very easy. We need to collect 10-20 cc of fat from any part of the body. After the fat collection, we go through the enzymatic digestion, and we achieve the stromal vascular fraction. When we achieve this part of the fat, you cannot inject in the patient, and the reason for which you cannot, we already saw in the previous slide, but you need to make the cell extraction. After the cell extraction, then use the human platelet lysate. You have to go through the cell expansion. And when the cells are expanded, then you have a lot of cells that can be used for several treatments, and they can put in the bank, because the patient, all the patient have his cells in the bank, because when he have to come back for further treatment, he don't need to make a further fat collection. And it's very important to know, to understand which is the indication of stem cells. The main indication of stem cells, adipose-derived stem cells, that is under the umbrella of regenerative medicine, is the treatment of the degenerative process. The degenerative process have 3 origins. One is the aging, another one is the disease, another one is the trauma. We can treat the soft tissue augmentation, but nobody can treat the disease. We don't treat the disease, nobody can treat the disease. Who treats the disease is misleading. The rule of mesenchymal stem cells is connected with the differentiation, because what is interesting, the stem cell can be the cells of the fat, of the skin, of the bone, or the cartilage. And this skill of these kind of cells is what makes the difference. But what makes the difference is the function, because the stem cells are anti-inflammatory as property, differentiation. So the stem cells reduce the level of the pro-inflammatory cytokine. They can replace all cells with no cells, but mainly the differentiation was to me that if you inject the stem cell, basically stem cell in the skin, then you have these cells have differentiation in keratinocyte and fibroblast, or in the bone can be osteoblast. The mesenchymal stem cells are immunomodulant and is vasculogenic, and of course, as a consequence of anti-apoptosis, and is antifibrotic. Is demonstrated with the COVID when there was done about 33 clinical trial on the COVID patient. It was demonstrated how the fibrotic in the lung and the inflammatory, the cytokine storm was treated with very brilliant results, and then are used for homing, because the stem cells can be used through the engineerization, because they go to homing and where there is the disease. And the regeneration is because the stem cell can replace all cells with new cells. And then we are going to speak about paracrine action, a chemo attraction action, What's mean? The stem cells release growth factor, and with growth factor you have the chemo attraction. They can make stimulation of dormant stem cells. The reason for which is green is because this is the occasion to make some difference between the growth factor of mesenchymal stem cells and the PRP. Growth factor are growth factor. Maybe it could be different growth factor, but the difference is when you use the PRP, you inject one shot of growth factor. It's just one release, and they have a short temporary result. If you inject the stem cells, you inject a factory of growth factor that release for lifetime, for years, and this is a long-lasting result. This is the one of the difference between growth factor, between PRP and mesenchymal stem cells. But the PRP are just growth factor. The stem cells have a lot of different property. Just to clarify the point. Now we are speaking about the stem cell therapy for anti-aging using systemic action. The anti-aging system, which is the property of stem cell to treat by injecting in the bloodstream the stem cells. First of all, to use the treatment, the systemic treatment, we need to have between 1 to 2 million of mesenchymal stem cells for each kilo weight to have the results, or we cannot speak about any result. One of the properties of stem cells is to replace the old cells with new cells, to protect against infection disease. Why? Because the stem cells are immunomodulant, and they create the right balance in the immune system. Then, when the stem cells arrive in the lung, they improve the lung function, and because of this, they improve the function of the immunorespiratory system, and thanks to this, they increase the oxygen in the tissues, because the function of the lung will be more performer. Then the musculoskeletal system, why? Because they reduce the time of recovery. Because it's demonstrated that when you use the stem cells, the recovery time after any kind of exercise is more short, and the supercompensation after any training of any physical activity will be better, and because there is better results. Also, we know that the mesenchymal stem cells are vasculogenic, and because of vasculogenic, they increase the blood vessel and elasticity. We saw a lot of people that have vasculitis, the inflammation of the vessel, and they have a huge result based on this. And also hormone balancing. We can tell you the best example of this is for premature ovarian failure. When you inject through the vaginal access in the ovary the stem cells, and we need to inject around 50 million for each ovary, you push the activity of the ovary, because it's a regenerative action of the ovary, and if the hormone was unbalanced, they start to be imbalanced. And lipopower is exactly the systemic treatment using the mesenchymal stem cells for treatment of anti-aging, but is also a treatment for any kind of supportive treatment. Because, for example, if we speak about the COPD, there are no treatment for COPD, maybe they will, but any treatment for the patient that COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, is focused to treat the symptom of COPD, but not to treat the degenerative process of the lung. If you use mesenchymal stem cells, then you treat directly the degenerative process of the lung. This is with using our algorithm, we make the simulation of the speed of the aging if the person don't do any kind of treatment with the blue line, and with the green line, you can see how it goes the slowing down of the aging for one person that make one stem cell treatment every 10 years, when he increase the number of cells. So what's it mean? If year by year or 10 year by 10 year, you increase the number of the cells, you created you put the slowdown of the aging, and you can see how the biological age will be better based on this different treatment. And this is what we spoke now is about the systemic treatment, but we can speak now about the topical treatment and the soft tissue augmentation. This paper in 2013, this paper makes the difference in the history of use of mesenchymal stem cells, because with this paper made by the Copenhagen University, they did the comparison between on the same patient. They inject in the arms, in one arm the stem cell plus fat, another arm only fat. And they demonstrate on the human, in the arms, that if you use stem cells plus fat after 4 months, the stability is 80%. If you use only fat, the stability is only 16%. What to me? To make the soft tissue augmentation only with fat is useless. And it's also important to know that if they demonstrated that when you use mesenchymal stem cells, they create a new tissue generation. With adipose tissues, there was no tissue generation, but what is important is this, necrotic tissues. Because when they use adipose tissues, where they use adipose tissues, they find a lot of necrotic tissues. It was less with the adipose-derived stem cells, but it's very easy to understand because fat has not vascularity and it's easy to create necrotic tissues. The stem cells are vasculogenic and are easily they create vascular tissues. So we did the case report, a 4-year follow-up in the breast augmentation. What's mean? We did several patients. We did the best breast augmentation, use fat plus stem cells, and we did the follow-up of 4 years. This is the patient by patient. We make the monitoring of the body mass index. And based on this study, we achieved the right quantity of cells that we need to use to combine the fat. So we used the 140,000 stem cells for each milliliter of fat, and thanks to this quantity, the result after 4 years was the 100% of stability, and also is directly connected with the stability of the body mass index. The same we can see in all other the patient. When the body mass index is increased, then we can see a little bit of the increase in the quantity of the breast. But if we go directly to the synthesis of the study, we can see that when we use 340,000 stem cells for each cc of fat, the volume increase, but the best results, we had around 150,000 stem cells for each cc of the fat, because the result was around 100%. It's very important to know that the breast can increase or reduce, not because increase or reduce the cells, but because the cells, when are injected in the breast, became adipocyte, and adipocyte change their volume based on the body weight, not because increase the cells. About skin aging, we also did a follow-up of 4 years, just one treatment. This is after 90 days, but we can go directly in the treatment of 4 years. What is important that what we did the study of some wrinkle after 40 years, and we did the measurement of the wrinkle overall and the wrinkle depth. What's mean? We can demonstrate that after 60 days, there was a very good improvement. But after 4 years, the improvement was close to stable, because you have to also to consider the degenerative process in 4 years. So what's mean? That the stem cells injected in the skin can give a stable results. In this case, of course, we are speaking about texture. And this is an idea. So this is the level of the aging of the skin. If you use in the red line, you can see the aging of the skin if you use filler, Botox, laser, radiofrequency. So the aging of the skin continues to be the same if you use or not, because you treat just the symptom of the aging through the filler or Botox. But if you use the stem cells, and maybe you combine stem cells with the filler Botox, then you treat the aging and the and you treat also the degenerative process and not only the symptom of the aging, because the filler red Botox treats also only the symptom. The worst expression of the use of filler Botox is that the patient will have a old skin without wrinkle. And we spoke about the antifibrotic property of the stem cells, because it's very important to know that the stem cells have this property antifibrotic. I spoke about antifibrotic during the COVID patient, because during the COVID, the lung of the patient was full of fibrosis. But fibrotic is also a scar. You can see after 8 months this kind of results, and this kind of result is impossible to have with any other procedure that is not, if it's not the stem cells, because the regenerative property of the biological product can come only from the stem cells expanded in the right quantity. This patient, the surgeon of this patient, he continued to cut the keloid, and the keloid continued to come back. Cut the keloid come back, using stem cells. You treat exactly the inflammatory reaction that produces the keloid, and with the anti-inflammatory, antifibrotic, you reduce the keloid, because the keloid is an inflammatory reaction, and mesenchymal stem cells are anti-inflammatory. Then you can use the mesenchymal stem cell to treat not just the inflammatory condition, but also the fibrotic condition. Then this is a burn, and for example, this is the wound healing. This is a study. This study was done from the governmental patient. This patient was in very, very bad condition, amputated. They did the debridement. As you can see, the debridement was very bad because they was not able to make this debridement. This is done in government hospital. But this patient received this kind of protocol on the wound bed, with the scaffold, and in the systemic way. After 11 days, this patient have very, very strong results. And this patient for around 1 year have no any kind of improvement. And you can see for this image. There is the other patient that we can see about the diabetic wound. But this is very, very, very easy to achieve this kind of results, because diabetic wound is the first application and indication of the stem cells in the last about 15 years, and is very, very, very consolidated treatment. This is all. Thank you for your attention, and I am available for any question later. Thank you, bye.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much. Let's move on. Let's go to our next presentation. Our next presenter is a cosmetic dental surgeon who is a beautician and specialist in cosmetic injections. He is a cell therapy and regenerative medicine and international trainer in aesthetic surgery and cosmetic procedures. Please let's welcome to the stage Dr. Sabuhi Abilov, who is going to do a presentation on aesthetic cosmetology and regenerative medicine. Thank you. Do we have another headphone? Or maybe this microphone is okay for you.
Okay.
Okay. And let me remind you about this, our barcode for the questions that we're going to use during the panel. Please make sure you send all the questions in advance. Thank you. Микрофон дайте, пожалуйста. Давай. Есть такой наушник?
First of all, it's not working. Okay. Yeah, I know. First of all, I would like to say thanks to organizers of this great event, to Mrs. Hajar. And also, in second, I want to say thanks to Mrs. Fidan, where she is. And she is a background hero of this event also. And whole Medline family, please, I kindly ask to applaud them warmly. Okay. Today, where is my Okay. If you don't mind, I want to continue my speech in the Azerbaijan language because we are in Azerbaijan. And also, I want to thank to Mr. Mochi to his great speech, educational speech, and I have been in his laboratory in the bioscience. They have a wonderful laboratory and clinic in the world, in the Dubai. My congratulations. Bugünler mən danışmaq istəyirəm biraz.
So I today will tell you reconstructive cosmetology in their difference. So the main part of people, of our participants, are women. They are applying for cosmetic procedures. Cosmetic procedures are aesthetic cosmetology. Generative cosmetology, yes, very interesting moment that connects this philosophical thinking, first of all, as what to do. What do you think when you see the patient, and the second, when the patient addresses some complaints because it's necessary, do it during the use of these procedures, use products, use it dependence on the visual effect. Yes, i.e., in other words, how we can see the patients, how we can see them, evaluate, and on the basis of the evaluation, we choose the product used is actually not quite right. Why? Because, as in other areas, how to examine any other origin if skin problems are not identified. Pathological products and auxiliary products matrix is skin renewal, hair restoration. They have wonderful effects, and I think that in the next 10 years we'll use autologous products. Now used range, what is the difference between restorative and regenerative skin function. I would like to now what you think about is there is a difference between restorative and regenerative feature or function of the skin.
В результате неправильного анализа, вот видите, что мы получаем, и в регенеративной и репаративной косметологии при ее неправильном применении мы получаем такой результат, и, и в итоге приходится обращаться за хирургическим вмешательством, а не консервативным лечением. Итак, о чем бы я хотел поговорить с вами? Мы, то есть онтологические продукты и экстрацеллюлярные продукты, матрица, это кожа, это обновление кожи, ее восстановление, они обладают замечательными эффектами. Я думаю, что в ближайшие 10 лет будут использоваться аутологические продукты. В настоящее время используется аутологическая продукция. И ассортимент этой продукции, автологической продукции, увеличивается в мире. Если мы используем... У меня есть один вопрос. Есть ли микрофон? Я хотел бы, чтобы мы поговорим об восстановительной терапии. Есть ли микрофон? Итак, восстановительная. То есть какая есть разница между функцией восстановительной и регенеративной функцией кожи? Я бы хотел узнать, что вы об этом думаете. Есть ли разница между восстановительной и регенеративной особенностью или функцией кожи? почему они отличаются друг от друга. Если кто-то хочет что-то сказать по этому поводу, пожалуйста, поднимите руку, вам передадут микрофон, и вы сможете ответить. Доктор хотел бы, чтобы был какой-то контакт с аудиторией, так как в омолаживании лица это является важным моментом. Хорошо. Восстановительное означает, что ткани, клетки понимают свою проблему, и чтобы решить свою проблему, сама себя восстанавливает. То есть какие-то новые структуры, новые деривативы, они не появляются. А в регенерации мы уже говорим о пролиферативной активности органа. Восстанавливаем ее, стимулируем. Разница состоит в этом. В Азербайджане, можно сказать, во всем мире используемая косметологическая продукция, мезо или дермальная инъекция, или гиалуроновая кислота не имеет значения. Они не могут стимулировать на максимальном уровне восстановительную и регенеративную функцию кожи. Это очень важный момент, так как, что я вам покажу, наша кожа – это экосистема. И в этой экосистеме соединительные ткани, фибробласты, которые являются основными клетками, они живут в форме семьи, так как наша кожа является самым большим органом нашего организма. И главные клетки этого органа, то есть в коже, они живут в форме популяции, семьи. И за счет того, что они живут в форме популяции, еще один вопрос.
Sadece olarak regeneratif ve reparatif mualicənin, təbabətin intensivliyi, effektivliyi
Итак, я вот хотел бы довести это до вашего сведения. Это наш пациент. Меня пригласили, чтобы я дал консультацию по этому пациенту, который обращался 6 лет тому назад, так как проблема была с раной, нога могла быть ампутирована в скором времени, и тем самым мы с помощью восстановительной и регенеративной медицины и с помощью автологического альбумина мы вылечили. Как вы думаете, какая может быть разница между двумя этими фотографиями? Мы расширили, добавили, не добавляли никаких стволовых клеток. В то самое время взяли и использовали. Разница между этими двумя фотографиями 5 дней. Регенеративная и восстановительная медицина достаточно быстрая, так как это клетка, принадлежащая самому организму, и она сама прекрасно знает свою проблему. Это наш интересный пациент, ему было 30 лет, в течение 3 лет каждый год он получал 40 мл препарата, гиалуроновую кислоту в свою кожу. И выглядит очень хорошо, у него нет никаких жалоб. Я делал патологический анализ каждого нашего пациента. Мы получили интересную ситуацию. И мягкие ткани у пациента были уже полностью покрыты фиброзом. То есть выглядел он хорошо, но в мягких тканях шел процесс фиброза. То есть ей было всего 30 лет, а в ее мягких тканях образовывались фиброзы. Это была латеральная часть ее кожи на всем лице. Вот все лицо было в таком состоянии фиброза. И поэтому я бы хотел, чтобы сложилась вот такая тенденция, что когда пациент к нам обратился, мы бы в первую очередь провели гистологический, гистохимический анализ ее кожи. Мы должны знать состояние нашего пациента, и после этого можем выбрать лазерную процедуру, процедуру для инъекции. То есть мы, видя своего пациента, мы не можем его бросать на произвол судьбы. и специалисты, которые нам делают консультации, проводят очень большие конференции и заставляют нас влюбиться в эту продукцию. Это неправильно. Мы сами должны проанализировать своего пациента. Если есть возможность рационального использования медицины, в медицине, извиняюсь, почему бы мы не делали это? И наша школа старается сделать так, чтобы препаратами пользовались сами специалисты. Нам нужно сделать так, чтобы сами специалисты развивались и учились. Итак, если это чуждо пациенту, то есть не индивидуальный был произведен выбор косметологической продукции для пациента, то результат вот такой. Так как мы непосредственно вводим препараты в живые ткани, тем самым мы ускориваем старение кожи. В млекопитаемой части нашей кожи есть фиброзные клетки, в небольшой части, но в организме больше всего находится жировая ткань, как вы знаете, наш специалист уже об этом сказал, и есть немного в крови или в других органах также небольшая прослойка жировой ткани. В основном это фибробласты, это молодые джувенальные фибробласты и фиброклассы, фиброциты и другие.
Bir dənə də nüansı deyim, burada qeyd eləmək üçün sadəcə yazmışdım.
Итак, фибробласты, они обладают особенностью. Когда вы их мучаете, они, опять-таки, превращаются в жировую ткань, адипозную ткань. То есть у них есть возможность реверсивного изменения. То есть сами фибробласты, если они видят, что условия жизни не соответствуют, являются неблагоприятными, они сами могут превращаться в жировую ткань и клетку.
Why they are different? If anyone has anything to say about this disease, please raise your hand. Will be given a microphone, and you can answer only if you would like to have some kind of contact with audience. Since facial rejuvenation, it is restorative, means that the tissues understand their problem, and in order to solve fixes its own problem. Recoverable stimulate the difference is worldwide. Use products to do that do not matter. They can stimulate the maximum level of restorative and generative skin function is very important. Bring to your attention this is our patient. I was invited to give a conclusion consultation on the patient was addressed 60 years ago. The problem was shut down. And the photos, the difference between these two photos is 5 days. Regenerative and reductant medicine fast enough. It is a cell belonging to the organism itself. It's a problem itself. This is interesting. We received 40 millimeters. Very good. The patient was already completely covered by the fibrosis. He looked good, but soft tissues, that the process of fibrosis, he was only 30 years old, and soft tissues were formed. This is the lateral part, skin, on the whole face of the whole face in this condition. So I would like when the patient carried out first condition of our patient, and after that we can choose video on our pertinent, and after that we can choose video of the patient. We cannot leave him to the mercy of fate, and specialists who give us consultations, hold very large conferences, and force us to fall in love with this product. This is wrong. We have to analyze ourselves, medicine, why we do not do. our school, we directly inject drugs into the living tissues. Thereby, skin aging, not no parts of the skin have fibers. Fibrous cells, a small part in the body, most of all, is adipose tissue. There is a little in the blood or in other organs. There is also a small there. Adipose tissue is mostly young. They are turning living conditions and even unfavorable. They themselves can turn into adipose tissue and cells and become back and adipose tissue, or there is such a relationship. I would like you to photograph this table I used in my practice. What is happening here? We have, if we a acid is used, lose the fluid that you need. That's the patient looks good on the outside. Outside you can see the patient's face looks better, white. But we are talking, and today doesn't feel it anymore. Maybe after 3 months, the patient will come. The effect was lasted only 2 3 months. Then my face got worse. What is the reason for using hyaluronic acid? You destroyed the wearing parts of the fabrics. They are fabrics which resists very well if there is external interference developing. They turn into these cells. They have the most fibrous potential. They run from fibroblasts. What is calculated fibroblasts, in other words, and if we had the conditions, if we could do histological analysis, would see that our patient's skin is our skin. Guys, there are cages when we'll find there is a very large number of them, but mature who are responsible for skin rejuvenation. Their number is much less comparison, which is responsible for aging, and therefore the parameter to evaluate that's it's necessary to evaluate the ratio between fibroblasts responsible for aging due to the rejuvenation, and therefore today the analysis. That's the tests that are carried out in our center are quite rare. There is, for example, in the Caucasus, there is no such thing. Only in Russia there is such a laboratory. There was a laboratory there, excellent conditions that they are also doing. Erroneous information will live in such an environment of fake information, and for me it's like it's very difficult for a specialist to talk about this, since social networks quietly reduces the cost of this term in social networks, and therefore they did not say that stem cells did not help me. Paracetamol, very there, good, but can't. Therefore, cosmetic preparations must be used. So I would like to touch one more nuance to our skin. Some say collagen, for example, if we take protein one person or another person material cannot be to injected one into the body or of another person locally. At least the immune system will react, and this time in the skin it is impossible to see the unarmed. Thus they stimulate the mutation process, thereby this part begins to age. So it seems to me, first of all, you need to analyze the hormonal status, listen to the presentations on the topic, These tests are carried out in men, blood testosterone, and smoking analysis in women. These tests are carried out least. So this is hydroplastic. The vision of time was short, so I didn't have time. I tried to analyze. The skin forgot I did. So here are most of often used by some motivational injections of adipose tissue. Good effect, especially she curable bones, PRP, LPR. Can you see them from the hole? You can see, please show on the big screen. So lately. And there is all these products focus on platelets, and this patient does not wait after 15 days. There are still adjacent cells. You need to cover them too. The injection there, so that some kind of collaboration formed. Cooperation between cells is also fraction after 21 days developed. Where do I do this? Enough to eat collagen, which was there is also including adjacent cells. The effect is very fast. 5 days after the injection on the skin, it can be said that the skin tone becomes more addition and quantity. 60 years old situation. 1 month later, this is the same patient injection. So plasma rich pathological price. Why do we use? We use this because skin, which is aged skin, you always have some kind of inflammation, and this the inflammatory process must be stopped. For this, we use science. Problems that were the results of damage to the trigeminal nerves. So, in conclusion, I would say that the most effective methods cosmetology is a regenerative pathological procedure method. That's what was taken from the patient himself. What is directly characteristic patient point of view. Thank you very much, doctor. Thank you. I'll take my remote. So you want to take a selfie? Come with me. Thank you very much for the presentation. Next two presentations left will be at the same time, the same topic, very similar. First theme, second theme, plastic and reconstructive surgery. I'd like to invite beautician is life expectancy, longevity, etc. Structural surgery, aesthetic surgery. Please, if you wish, you can sit down and stand up naturally. Do not forget to send your questions to the telegramming. Exosome theme, my colleagues will show you before and after photos of the treatment. So I'll do an introductory part there. Will won't stop aging, and even rejuvenation process for that need effective methods. As you know, vampires. In vampires, immortal people use something that rejuvenates them. What is the blood? This study was published in the journal Nature 2015. Young blood is written that if we take sheep worms, the circulatory system of young and adult mice, scientists have achieved good results in muscles and brain tissue and young mice, stronger, smarter, and more agile, and was slightly different character compared to the old blood. So this is information, small participation that we can talk of it, and from 30 to 150 they are small. They are between the cells, they carry themselves protein, other information that's transferred from one cell to another, so-called intercellular communication. Due to them, we think it's good diagnostic biomarkers. By diagnosing certain diseases, they also perform invasive diagnostics, and we are next generation methods, current research on exomas. How do you see these diagnostics? Would one treatment modification, various areas of study that exist under the saliva will talk about these blood so exosmas or frank cells are exosmas that deal with multiple cells, and studies show that they have a lot of therapeutic evidence is the restoration of wounds. They were examined for denunciation using treatment for conditions such as heart problems, strokes, heart strokes, and also medicine and tissue engineering. Here we see a video how they are formed inside. They go into desired cell information so they can repair, rejuvenate tissues, reduce inflammation. They are very small so that they easily pass through the barrier and blood barriers in the skin. They carry a lot of information in themselves, information molecule, and others, so they are cargo. So carriers of power cells, and this is very story of evaluation. How you can see they become very popular after that, how the germ cells of the existence of ecosomes were discovered in 2018. Of course, these are limitations in regulation of stem cell culture. There are certain restrictions. There are daughters in aerodermal means cell agnostic treatments. Here, exomas based on new cells will help us in the development of regional medicine in the clinical use of exomas on the skin leads to an increase in matrix evaluation, collagen retention decrease, inflammatory process of tissue remodeling, showed good anti-inflammatory ability. I'll show you the effects of music for the area of the muscle area of the skin. My colleague also shows the result. He shows his own research results, proper study, exome treatment, superficial treatment during healing, early increase. Here, a few months after treatment is treatment, as you can see, before and after photos of patients. It's an eye treatment using the eyelid. Have a company, and now I want to pass the word to my colleague. He will be continuing the presentation. So thanks, doctor.
Thank you very much, doctor. Thank you. Can I get my remote control? Okay, I got it. Selfie. Давай, ben de geldim o tarafa. Hemen çek. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next presentations, we're going to have two speakers at the same time because there are similar topics. I would like to, first topic will be exosomes. And the second one will be plastic and reconstructive surgery. So I would like to call to the stage two doctors at the same time. It's Ayşegül Çoroglu and Mehmet Bozkurt. Ayşegül is a physician, a clinical biochemist, and a cosmetic and vitamin supplement formula developer. Her subjects are longevity, cellular health, and nutrition, biochemistry, and anti-aging. And Dr. Bozkurt is a specialist in the plastic, reconstructive, and aesthetic surgery. Please come to the stage. If you need to take a seat, doctor, you have a seat over here. You can take a seat if you need. If you need to stand up, sit down, take your time. Thank you. Please, guys, don't forget to send your questions to the Telegram link. We're going to have our question session.
Thank you. Hello again. This will be a short presentation about exosomes. My colleague will give you more details with lots of before and after treatment pictures. So mine is just introductory. Here we all want to stop aging, right? And even reverse it. But we need tools, effective tools, in order to do that. You know, the immortal human beings, vampires, they consume something which rejuvenates them. Blood. This study was published in Nature in 2015. This is about parabiosis. Old mouse was given young blood. It's saying, by joining the circulatory system of an old mouse to that of a young mouse, scientists have produced some remarkable results. In the heart, brain, muscle, and almost every other tissue examined, the blood of young mice seems to bring new life to aging organs, making old mice stronger, smarter, and healthier. So, as I said, old mouse was given young blood. Young blood has different information molecules compared to old blood. This information is transported through the serum by little messengers, which we call them exosomes. So what are exosomes? Exosomes are small, tiny vesicles of endosomal origin that are between 30 to 150 nanometers in size. They are so small. They are intracellular vesicular packets of information that contain proteins, RNA, DNA, microRNAs, which essentially gets excreted from one cell to another and helps with intracellular communication. Because of these properties, they are considered to be promising biomarkers for diagnosis and prognosis of various diseases, and they may contribute to the development of minimally invasive diagnostics and next generation therapies. Current exosome research in other different areas, you see cancer diagnosis and treatments, wound healing, even gene modification through exosomes. These are different research areas. Exosomes can be extracted from bodily fluids, including saliva, urine, sweat, blood, but we will talk about mesenchymal stem cell derived exosomes here. Okay, mesenchymal stem cell exosomes, MSC exosomes, are exosomes that are derived from mesenchymal cells. Research has shown that MSC exosomes have a variety of therapeutic effects, including reducing inflammation, promoting tissue repair, and modulating the immune system. They have been investigated for use in treating, again, lots of conditions such as heart disease, stroke, autoimmune disorders, as well as in regenerative medicine and tissue engineering. Here, there is a video about exosomes. You can see how they become. they carry proteins, RNA, microRNA. Inside they call endosome. They go outside through cellular membrane. They become exosomes, tiny small bubbles. They go to a target cell. They carry the information to that target cell. So they are capable of tissue repair, tissue rejuvenation, reduction of inflammation, and because they are so tiny, they pass easily through skin and blood-brain barrier. They carry lots of growth factors and information molecules, cytokines, etc. So they are basically cargos of cells, stem cells. This is exosome evolution history chart. As you can see, it became very popular after stem cell derived exosomes in 2018. We also like stem cells, but there are some limitations, some problems, mostly regulation limitations. So these are daughters of stem cell, as you wish. We can call this era like the era of cell agonistic treatments. So using stem cells, also using mesenchymal stem cell derived exosomes will help us a lot in regenerative medicine. Clinical uses of exosomes, effects of mesenchymal exosomes on the skin stimulates proliferation and migration of fibroblast cells, increases angiogenesis, increases the extracellular matrix and storage of collagen, regulates inflammation and immune response, regulates tissue remodeling. Exosomes have been shown to have inflammatory properties, so which can be beneficial for inflammatory skin conditions like atopic dermatitis, eczema, also wound healing and burn treatment. They can be also beneficial for hair growth. I'll show a few slides of before and after exosome treatment, but my colleague will show you a very impressive study of his own. Before and after topical exosome treatment. Wound healing, hair loss studies, hair growth 2 months later, 3 treatments later. This is for acne treatment. So you will see lots of before and after pictures in a few minutes later. This is an IV treatment with exosomes. So here you can find your exosomes from the company called Endorphin Med. Thank you for listening to my part. Would you mind to come over here and go from here?
Thank you, Dr. Ayşegül. Hello, my name is Dr. Bozkurt. I'm from Turkey. I'm specialized in plastic reconstructive and aesthetic surgery. So what will I explain today is a different topic. As plastic surgeons, we do also reconstructive cases. Also, I have a PhD degree in biomaterials, so I learned some knowledge from the kitchen also. So first of all, we have to understand what's the inflammation. This is my thesis when I was a resident at the Military Academy of Gülhane. You can see from here that the cells are, rolling. After rolling, the sticking process is started. When the sticking process starts, this means the inflammation will go part and it will go outside the tissue and there will be inflammation. So what will we have to do? We have to stop the inflammation and we have to work on it. And this is also the connection between the cells. Why this is important? The cells connect with each other, they talk with each other, they send signals to each other. This explains why we do exosome treatment, why we do mitochondrial transfer between the cells. And if you go to the lab and if you work on this, you will learn it and understand the philosophy of the stem cell treatment. So what I did over 120 international publications. First, we were in Cleveland Clinic, and in Cleveland Clinic, we start to do allotransplantation. Allotransplantation means that you have to transplant a tissue from a human, from another human, so they have a mismatch between each other. So you have to deal with the mismatch. This was our first transplantation in 2006, which we did in Cleveland Clinic with Dr. Semino, Dr. Zins, and Dr. Risa Johan. So this was the first transplant in United States. Unfortunately, this lady died last year because she was taking too much steroids and also immunoregulatory drugs like FK506. The result was perfect, okay, but they have to take steroids and other drugs forever. And what these drugs do? These drugs, give some harm to tissues, so she died of kidney failure. This shows my studies, which we were doing on the rat first. First, we work on the rats and see the results. The patients, our rats, were taking cyclosporin, and after a year, you can see that they have some hair loss. And also there's redness and then rejection starts. So when you're doing allotransplantation, so there's something wrong. So you have to do something autotransplantation. When you do autotransplantation, which I did in the United States in Cleveland Clinic, so you can see that the tissues are growing, the whiskers are growing, the teeth is growing. You can see from here as the teeth and the whiskers are growing. So everything is well. You don't have to use any kind of drugs. So, also, when we're doing allotransplantation, we were using chimeric cells. Chimeric cells means that you give cells from the donor to the recipient, so you have to make a chimeric tissue in at the patients. So this is my journey. When I was in the military, we were acting in the field also. We were experienced a lot of war injuries, and during the war injuries, we encountered a lot of defects of the patients. As you can see, roughly, my patients were in this base. You can see from here, they were bumped injuries or burned patients like this. When you don't heal the patients, as from this slide, you can see here, there's going to be too much fibrotic tissue. The fibrosis is the stopper of healing, and you have bad results of the fibrosis if you have too much fibrosis. And you have to understand the philosophy of what's in wound healing. If you know wound healing good, you can do different strategies, you can use different cells, different technologies to heal the patients. Okay, this was my other patient when I was a resident. So what we did an 18-hour surgery. We did 2 fibula flaps and 1 radial forearm flap. So we were reconstructing the face, but still there's a missing point. The patients are not satisfied, so you have to work on, the cells also. You have to put some extra tissues. You have to combine this with tissue engineering. If you have the tissue engineering technique, this is you have much better results. Also, we accept more than 80 patients during the Azerbaijan and Armenian war. So we had a lot of patients. We did, to the patients, we did exosome therapies. Exosome therapies works on especially wound injuries, war injuries, and trauma injuries. It's a perfect source. Also, if you use their own tissues, you will have good results. As you can see, these patients were not able to walk, and from here, we did only peripheral nerve release and exosome injections to the patients, and from here, they can walk, and in a short time, they were able to walk, and they benefit from physical therapy quicker. Here, you can see the fields in bioengineering. There are different fields, but it's a huge community. I was specialized in biomaterials. Also, we have other techniques that we use, biosensing, blah, blah, blah, things like that. So what is important here, when you go to the companies, big companies like Fuji company or Bose company, the companies are supporting regenerative medicine. When you go to Japan, there's tissue engineering company. There's more than 250 people working in that lab, and it's owned by the Fuji Heavy Motors. Also, the sound system, Bose is in this field. Again, after COVID period in Turkey, we developed a GMP lab. This was the first and biggest GMP lab around Turkey. Also, this is one of the biggest GMP lab in Europe. It's 2,000 square meters, and in this lab, we produce exosomes, fibroblasts, also mesenchymal cells, and we have a tissue bank here. Tissue bank means that we get also heart valves, bones from the bodies, and we store there and we sell to the market. This company also sell to the researchers and for the patients. It was very popular during COVID period. Here, also we had some experience in bioprinting. Bioprinting is very important, but first you have to understand the philosophy of printing system. Big companies like HP are putting too much investigation how to make the printing process. These printers are different from other printers. They are big size. They're like in this shape. Yeah, you can see they're big. They have 5 different polymers, and they're very fast. They're like factories. Why I'm showing this? Also, we have a HP printer in Turkey. As you can see, we can build many tissues here. One of these are going to Aston Martin and Bentley companies, so you can see that they're big printers, and in 24 hours you can also produce 600 pieces of polymers in these labs. So our base is to combine stem cell therapies with bioengineering. So what will happen in the future, like in a couple of years, we have to, for example, you have a bone defect of the patient. So what you do, you take a tomography of the patient, you send it to the AutoCAD program, then it goes to the printer starts to produce the defect. Then you take the cells from the patient, from the own, and you culture them. You, after culturing them with the bioreactors, these are the bioreactors, you combine them, now you have fresh tissues which has inside cells, and these are live cells. This is very popular in dentistry and in maxillofacial surgery. So I give some educations in Korea. This is the lab in Korea. So we were giving our doctors the education how we going to use the autolog system for the patients, because also anti-aging process and longevity is very popular in Korea and Japan. When I was giving education in Korea, they're taking fat from the patients and they're storing there. After storing there, every year they come and they take their mesenchymal cells and they give it by IV routes, so they feel better, and they use for other procedures also in these labs. As a plastic surgeon, when we do stem cell therapies or extracellular therapies, we have to combine the techniques. So what I do, I use a combination. I have lasers, I have also ultrafocus devices, I have some LED therapies, and also I use different kinds of cells. 30% or up to 60% of the patient also benefit from hyperbaric oxygen treatment and also ozone treatment. I combine them together. As you can see, we have different kind of scaffolds you can make from your own body, from yourself by PRF, as you can see. This is a scaffold technique, which I do during the operating room. And you can buy some scaffolds from the companies here. The Matriderm, I like to use Matriderm, is elastin and collagen 1 is inside. And I put the cells inside these scaffolds, so they take the cells. So after grafting, you will have much better results. So also, we combine SVF with these patients. And now I'm not using the enzymatic system, because if you're using the enzymatic system, you have to send to a GMP lab. The regulation in Turkey and Europe is like that. When you're using the enzymatic system, it has to go to the GMP lab and they have to do it because of the collagenase. But if you're doing the mechanical system, mechanical system is not, you can do in your office, you can do in your operating room. Sorry for this, because I was going to explain this in Turkish, but they said, please, can you explain in English? So these slides are in Turkish. So what we do, PRP treatment, PRP treatment is not a stem cell. PRP treatment is giving only some kinds of factors to the patients like VGF. And you have to understand this, why PRP treatment alone is not enough. It's just a carrier. For also, I like to use PRF, as you can see from here, as a scaffold. And in my technique also, in burn patients, we use the epidermal cells. We take the epidermal cells from the baseline of the derm, between up of the dermis, so we spray them to the tissue. It's another technique. This is the mechanical system which you use, and always I calculate the numbers of the cells. I know how much cells I'm giving the patients. For example, here you can see that it contains 2.6 million cells between 3 to 80 microns. So I know what I'm giving. Also, we have some techniques that we can calculate the, the viability of the cells. We do the flow stoichiometry also. Here's the hyperbaric treatment. It's very popular in Turkey. We have one cage, and for 24 patients, if they have diabetic injury or some kind of optic injury, or if they have brain injury, we always combine them together. As here, this was a war victim patient also. We call them Gazi. He was during the Armenian War. We combine them with lasers, CO2 laser. I like to use CO2 lasers in these patients. We have good results with CO2 laser. And also now we're working on NDIAC lasers and IPL lasers for everything. You can see that I'm spraying the cells from the patients after I'm doing the laser. This amount of energy we're giving the patient is too much, but if you're using stem cells or cells with them, you will have better results. This was another patient who was sent from Algeria. They didn't use stem cells, and they showed me the result. It was very bad, you can see from here. But in my technique, the same, different patient from a doctor. So if you learn how to use regenerative medicine, you will have much, much better results. This is pyoderma ganglionosum. They don't want to operate this patient. I said, okay, I can operate the patient, don't worry. We will take out the dead tissues, and we have to, reduce the inflammation. So we're taking bone marrow from the patient. We're putting scaffolds to the patient. We're injecting the bone marrow to the patients, and finally, the lady healed. At those times, I was using harvest system. It's an expensive system with stromal vascular fraction. The patient healed and go home. When I'm doing the aesthetic procedures in the face, I always have to have objective results. I need objective results, so we do I have the Visia machine in my office and the Vectora machine. Here I'm doing, for example, Ultera treatment, but first and also I will inject exosome to the patient. First I'm doing the Ultera, and after the Ultera, before I take the pictures and calculate them, and I do the exosome treatments for these patients. Also, I have the Morpheus system, which is known as golden needle technique. I like this system because it goes deep and I can give too much energy. I'm not afraid of that because I have my SVF technique and I have my exosomes with me. If I burn the patient, I don't care at all, because when I'm giving the stem cells to the patient, they heal quickly, and you will have much, much better results. Also, I like to do epitasis treatments here. So you can see from here, the holes from here, you put the epitasis, the screws here, and I prepare the tissues from the patient. Then also in nerve surgery, as you can see from here, again use them. This was my patient. He had an accident. His hand was we have to transplant it. He was injured in an accident. So also when I was working in the university, we get a grant from the company. So we were looking at the oxygenation. I was looking at the oxygenation and the saturation of the tissue. So I know how much oxygen is going there. So I look at them, visualize them, and I know what to do according to this procedure. It's the SPY technique. It's very popular in the United States. I can calculate where there's less oxygen. For example, this patient is a acid burn victim patient. I did the SPY for this patient, and as you can see here, when it goes darker, this means there will be necrosis. And I said, look, to her mother, so we're going to have a bad result. This is an acid injury. So these points show that you will have too much scar for the patient. As you can see the result, they had too much scar. Also, it was showing that the patient was going to have here, you can see the cornea, it's dark. Dark means it's going to go to necrosis. So the patient was going to have, blindness. So he had a couple of surgeries, blah, blah, things like that. So this is Visia system. I looked at some parameters. To the parameters, I do my treatment. I prefer to do according to them. Also in aesthetic reason, you can see from here, we did a SVF to the patient and see the spots are going around and the UV damage is getting much, much better. So this is a quantitative system. Also, we started from pure fat injection. This is, a system used in United States and Korea. You wash it. The result is like this, only with fat injection, only, putting them, filtrating them between the microns. Also, there are some systems they're using. They're taking a little bit tissue and a little bit fat, they're putting in the machine and they're giving to the patient. So I said, I have to work on this, and I have to see the results. I did a rat test, and the result was, of course, bad, because, when you're doing something like this, you're taking a less tissue and not culturing in that in a lab, just doing in by side, your results are not good. This is showing that. This was the Cytori system in United States. It's an expensive system. we're not using anymore. It's for one patient, the kit is like $4,000. The other system is the enzymatic system. You can see with collagenase. But I work on mechanical system more. This is the bone marrow system also. I use combination of them, not only one thing. I use everything in combination. So this is also Vivostat. This is taking 5% of stem cells from the blood. It's quite expensive, but in some ways the patients don't want to give their tissues. You can use this system as Vivostat here. It takes only 5% of the stem cells from the blood. Again, this is a protocol which I'm using in a patient. This patient have renal transplantation. So I prefer to take bone marrow from the patient because he had diabetes. In diabetes, I don't like to use fat cells because there's too much inflammation in the fat cells. So what we do the grafting, and we're using bone marrow systems in these patients. What we do, this is the procedure. Now I will talk about exosome treatments and our final results. Dr. Ayşegül actually explained what is exosome, so I don't want to talk too much about that. But what is new, in our lab, in 6 or 9 months, we're going to be capable of making inhaler, nasal spray, and eye drop exosomes. So it's easy to use, and this is very popular in the Far East. They like to use these systems. So it will be in the market, so you will be safely to use intranasally as an eye drop patient, and also as other techniques like this. These are in Turkish, so sorry for that. Also, when we go back in a year, we are going to promote our systems and natural killing systems. So we will do apheresis to the patients. We will take the ENG cells from the patients, and for longevity, we will give them their ENG cells, the natural killer cells. This will help the aging process, or according to us, we develop a metabolic panel, biomarkers for the tumors also. And if they have a tendency to develop cancer, we will give the natural killer cells to prevent cancer and other, it's going to work on anti-aging system like this. So this is exosome, it's showing how it works. I did for the war injury patients. As you can see from here, I'm injecting exosomes. This is my doctoral thesis. So what I'm doing, I'm also producing biodegradable plates, which has exosomes on it. First, I did the first stage treatment. Now we're in the second stage. Now we're going to make it by the ultracentrifuge. The plates will contain exosomes on it. So in pediatric fractures and in in trauma, it's going to work much better, and in cranioplasty, of course. Here is the preparation of exosome. It's a simple method. I usually like to combine it with the exosomes with PRP. As you can see, I, in 2 to 1, 1 to 1, according to the patient, I prepare them, and you can see the result of the exosome of this patient. As you can see, the patient had a kidney transplant, and he was under cyclosporine also. So this is another patient of mine. He had a burn injury. We did grafting procedure. You can see the grafting procedure. I did the SVF injection. Then I did the exosome treatment for this patient, as you can see. And the final results after a year, after 3 injections of the exosomes, you can see here the results. Here, much closer results. Now I'm giving him laser treatment also. So we developed the hair transplantation system here. What we do, this is our study. We take hair transplants from the patients. What we do, we add exosomes, but the exosomes are pure exosomes. It's not a serum media. Don't mix them. Most of people are mixing them with serum media. Not this is pure exosome. So this is the result. You can see we're using key 67. As you can see, when we're using the exosomes from here, from here, it's taking the darkness here and it's staining here. This shows that the exosomes are working and the hair follicles are still alive after 6-8 hours. So when you're doing the hair transplantation, it's a long period, you know, a long surgery. So you put and you transplant more hair to the patient. These are, I will show you post-op and pre-ops of the patients,
Doctor,
as you can see
it's already
here.
time is over.
Okay. I can cut, or if you want, shall I cut?
We have a discussion,
Okay.
questionnaire section, maybe
Okay.
people can ask. So don't go, you can stay on the stage. Guys, can you put some chairs? We're gonna move to discussion sections, and you stay on the floor.
Okay.
And we continue. Can I ask? So we're gonna put the chairs. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you, Doctor. Can I ask our other speakers to come to the stage? Dr. Giuseppe Mucci, Liz Parrish, and Sabuhi Abilo. We're gonna start right away we're gonna start our discussion sections. And then we can have a break. Yeah, they're bringing the chairs. It's coming. So, just stay on the side, yeah. Buradaydı axı. Mr. Dr. Sabuhi Abilov. So he's coming. Yes. So we're gonna. İkinci микрофон
Да,
burada.
друзья, для тех, кто просит и так далее, есть жесткий регламент, который в мире принят, да, и каждый из спикеров предупрежден о том, что их выступление 25 минут, и это их регламент, и мы двигаемся ровно по нему.
Yeah, we'd like to ask our speakers to try to be within the time limit, because we're already off the schedule, and then it extends. Once its time is over, I will be coming next to the stage. I will come in right here. So when you see me here, that means the time is over. There is some. Okay, guys. So we're gonna start with our discussion section. There were already some questions already sent. You can still continue sending questions. Everybody has microphone.
Да,
Dr. Sabuhi, if you want, you can come here. You little bit far
it's
away.
be better. From video, it's be better.
Yeah, you come here. For the video, it's better.
It's
Okay.
better from video. Because we have online translation, it's be better if it's
Somebody, yeah, we can move one chair, or somebody can come here. Oh, at least you can sit over here. Yes, you can sit here. Yes, that's better. Thank you. Because we're doing the video translation, and then it's one empty chair in the middle. Okay. So, we start.
Итак, Лиз, первый вопрос к вам. Во-первых, спасибо большое. Мой вопрос, когда...
Wait, I think we need the headphones. Everybody, I think I would like you have the headphones, because the translation will be better if you listen to the translation. Do you have a headphone? Yeah, better if we get the headphones, because a lot of questions in Russian, and the translation is better when it's done professionally. You have headphones? Я не все же перевожу, нет.
Sovyet İttifakı'nda bölmeyen avantajlı.
Окей. Итак, Лиз, мой вопрос. Когда генная терапия может быть доступной для среднего человека? С чем можно сочетать генную терапию в достижении долгожительства?
Okay, if you didn't hear the question, when the gene therapy will be affordable for average people? Yes, that's the first part of the question. And
Okay, sorry, I was listening to the
It's all right.
translator. So today, gene therapies are the most expensive medicine on the planet. The cheapest regulated gene therapy is $425,000 to treat one eye. We think that that is irresponsible for the patient population. So by treating aging-associated diseases, we actually scale gene therapy to the biggest medical unmet need on the planet. Our hope is to create affordable therapies that anyone in the world can take. So today, gene therapies are very expensive. Again, they range from $425,000 to $5 million if your child has spinal muscular atrophy. But by treating aging, we can do better. Medical tourism is pushing gene therapy to be more affordable. The same therapy that might be $2 or $3 million in a regulatory system, in the medical tourism system, may only be $150,000. So already there's push and effort towards making gene therapies more affordable for everyone, and they have a long ways to go.
Thank you. And
Thank you, Liz.
Next question, Giuseppe Mucci.
Next question is to Giuseppe Mucci. What is the average price for this procedure that you were talking about? The question is for this procedure from Elena. Elena, can you specify which procedure?
There is a procedure for the skin, from the knee, from the lung, from a lot of different procedures.
Elena, are you here? Okay. For the face? For the face.
$2,000 US dollar.
Okay. Thank you.
Окей, спасибо. Доктор Сабухи, есть ли возрастные ограничения для использования аутологичного материала? Что вы думаете о синцестных клетках и проинфламаторном микроокружении, которые они образуют? Может ли это иметь негативные последствия для пациента?
Как мне отвечать? На русском, на английском
Говорите
или
на
на
русском.
азербайджанском?
Как для вас? Или русский, или английский? Как для вас?
Вообще-то нет ограничений. Если мы делаем анализ кожи, гистологический и гистохимический, если эти анализы дают нам возможность использовать аутоматериалы, мы можем использовать во всех разных, возрастах. Но есть такие пациенты, которые им вообще невозможно использовать. Это аутоиммунные заболевания, которые у пациентов есть, особенно Хашимото, тироид, гипертиреоз. При этом мы вообще-то хотим предохранить пациента, чтобы им не делали никакого или препараты и косметологические, которые компании представляют на рынке. Им вообще-то не надо. Лучше они соблюдали режим питания и часто ходили к эндокринологу и врачу. Когда пациентка приходит ко мне, я говорю, что за год сколько вы потратили на косметолога. Она говорит, что, например, 1000 манат или 2000 манат. А сколько раз вы были в эндокринологе или в гинекологе? Они говорят, мы не были в этом. Это вопрос. Мы должны, достоверно информировать наших пациентов, что они рационально использовали косметологические процедуры и другие врачебные услуги тоже.
Спасибо большое. И, Айшигуль, пока к вам нет вопросов, но у нас всегда есть дежурный вопрос.
Question to Ayşegül.
Дежурный вопрос. Ваш личный рецепт долголетия. Что используете вы для того, чтобы так замечательно выглядеть?
What is your secret for young anti-aging procedure?
You should also ask this question to Liz. I think her secret is more impressive than mine. Most of the Azerbaijan colleagues of mine may know me. I'm a nutritional biochemist. So I follow the rules of cellular biochemistry, biologic rules, sleeping early, wake up early, plant-based diet, lots of supplements, IV treatments, including NAD, and also cosmetics. And I'm going to use exosomes on myself. I'm about to start to use that treatment. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, доктор Махмед. Я зачитаю сразу два вопроса. Есть ли возможность пройти у вас обучение, стажировку в вашей лаборатории? И следующее, вы изготовляете экзосомы самостоятельно, либо вам их поставляют?
So, two questions.
Okay, we will give a lecture and workshop in our lab in Turkey also. It's going to be this year. We will give 2 times. Of course, you can visit our lab. It's in TÜBİTAK Health Science Center in Istanbul. And what was the other question? The other question was?
Do you produce
Вы закупаете экзосомы или сами
You produce
производите?
them or you purchase them from somewhere? Exosomes.
Of course, we purchase them.
You purchase them.
From our lab, we have a distributor here called Endorphin Med. Mr. Senan is over there, so you can order through him.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
I have one question about the exosomes, which the doctor from Turkey. Where you are produce these products, in Turkey, locally, or another countries? Because which I know, you don't produce. In Turkey, you have not any laboratory and facility to produce these exosomes, because the produce exosomes and clean this biomaterial is very expensive and also very difficult procedure.
Okay, thank you for the question. We have a lab in Turkey. This is 2,000 square meters. It's in the European Bank also. It's GMP and it's standardized. Everything is standardized. Of course, we do this in Turkey. You can easily come and visit our lab. Everything is under control, Ministry of Health. We're waiting for you.
Thank you very much for a good answer.
И следующий вопрос к Лиз, как раз об экзосомах. Лиз, ваше отношение к экзосомам?
Oh, I'm a big fan of exosomes and stem cells in general. In gene therapy space, we do things a little bit differently. So we look at gene products, and so in the case of our company, we would be looking at upstream protein manufacturing within the cells. So, for instance, in ALS, they've seen a lot of benefit from stem cells in those patients from the byproducts, which are the exosomes of the cells. So we look at the genes that are associated with making those proteins. So our hope would be that we could deliver a gene therapy that would deliver in the endpoint these exosome-like products, but they would produce them for years within the patient's body without needing to be injected multiple times. So I'm a big fan of them, and they have a ways to go in the gene therapy space. Right now, I think it's great technology for people to access, as it is.
Thank you. And next question, Giuseppe.
Thank you. I think it's better with this microphone.
Допустимо ли применение стволовых клеток при аутоиммунных заболеваниях?
Can it be used, the stem cells, during the autoimmune? Is it possible to use stem cells during the autoimmune diseases?
The stem cells are
Yes.
immunomodulant.
Yes.
So this is one of the main important property of stem cells is this. So it's the ideal product for the autoimmune disease.
All right. Thank you. Next question.
Доктор Сабутхи, пока нету доп. Вопроса, тогда у меня к вам есть дежурный вопрос. Это то, что ваши рецепты, что делаете вы для того, чтобы оставаться в своем долголетии, активности, ваши рецепты?
Доктор Сабутхи.
Mənə görə həyatı uzun yaşamaq o qədər də şeydir. Yəni insan yazıldığı qədər yaşayır. Sadəcə bu həyatı necə yaşamağına önəmlidir. Yəni xəstəliksiz və ki. Yəni daha çox deyəcəm gülünəcək. Yəni az miqdarda kosmetoloji prosedurlardan istifadə etməklə. İkinci normal yaxşı qidalanmaq və təbii qidalanmaq lazımdır. Yəni mənə görə. Bunu hər dəfədə eləmək olmur. Bir də ki, çalışmaq lazım ki, stressiz bir ortamda, stressiz bir mühitdə həm çalışasan, həm də yaşayasan. Əsas budur. Bir də ki, inanclı olmalısan, başqa heç bir şey.
Thank you very much for answer.
Спасибо. Шигуль, пока к вам нет вопросов, там просто очень много вопросов к доктору Мехмет. Я тогда, с вашего позволения, перейду к доктору Мехмету, потому что их очень много. Итак, один из вопросов, я правильно понимаю, применение данных методов терапии официально разрешено на территории Турции?
You got a question? Какой вопрос еще раз?
Правильно ли понимают, что данный метод терапии разрешен на территории официально Турции?
This method of treatment that you were talking about, is it permitted, allowed to be done in Turkey?
Okay. Every treatment is under control. So for example, the exosome treatment, you can do the exosome treatment. But for the stem cell therapies, of course, you have to apply the Ministry of Health. So we have an agency in the lab. They get your documentations. We send it to the Ministry of Health. And after the Ministry of Health, they give us the results. Yes, you can do this treatment. You can perform it on the patient. And if we have positive result, positive answer from the Ministry of Health, we can do that.
Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Идем, у Лиз тоже много вопросов. Идем к Лиз.
У кого много, давайте им задавать, да?
Да. Да. Огромное спасибо за доклад. Уточните, пожалуйста, как конкретно происходит вся процедура для пациента, в каком городе находится клиника, какое необходимое обследование должен пройти потенциальный пациент и сколько времени занимает сама терапия. Необходимо ли находиться под контролем после проведения процедуры?
Yes, this for you.
Where?
Okay, so is...
No, this
from Liz. It's from Liz.
From
Liz, I asked.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, so with gene therapy, so number one, my company does not treat patients. We work with companies who do. They are around the world, and you need to reach out to them to talk about locations. As far as a gene therapy, if it's a basic gene therapy and not an image-guided gene therapy, it's essentially done within a matter of a couple of hours, and then the patient stays in the location and essentially has dinner and checks in with the doctor for a couple of days, and then people fly home. So it's not very invasive. It's called minimally invasive technology, in which generally you're just getting a simple injection for a therapy that will last for a multitude of years. That help?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое.
И следующий вопрос к Джузеппе Муччи. Вы сказали, что в жировой ткани много стволовых клеток. С возрастом количество стволовых клеток в теле уменьшается, а метаболизм замедляется. Происходит набор веса. Может ли это набор веса с возрастом быть компенсаторной реакцией организма в ответ на снижение стволовых клеток?
Did you understand? So what I understood is, you said that there are a lot of stem cells in the body fat of the people. With the age, number of stem cells are decreasing, going down, but the amount of fat is increasing. Can this amount of fat be substituted somehow for the stem cells? That's what I understood.
The stem cells that are in the fat cannot migrate in the body tissue. In other tissues.
Cannot.
The property of stem cells is cannot migrate, of course. So if are in the fat, remain in the fat.
Okay, so they cannot migrate. They cannot be substituted. Cannot be substituted. So the answer is they cannot be substituted. Не могут быть.
Не может быть компенсации.
Да.
Доктор Мехмед.
Доктор Мехмед.
Какая разница чистых экзосом или которые вы пользуетесь? Какая разница чистых экзосом или которые вы пользуетесь и между экзосомами в виде порошка? Читаю, как написано.
You got a question?
This is a frequent asked question actually. Pure exosome are derived from wharton jelly or from your fat or other tissues. The other ones which are in the market using for aesthetic purposes are derived from the medium. They're not pure exosomes. You can purify it, lyophilize your pure exosomes, but there's like 20% of loss of the potential of the exosomes. So always using fresh exosomes have much better results. Fresh exosomes are stored in -40, between -40 and -80, and it can stay in -40 for 2 months. And if it's in like 0 degrees, it can storage for only 1 week. Did it help you?
Okay, спасибо. Thank you.
Thank you.
Лиз Переш, измеряли ли вы свои теломеры после операции? Они вообще больше не разрушаются или стали длиннее?
Did you understand the question?
Right. So yeah, we did telomere measurement before my first gene therapy, and for the age population, I had a average telomere length of a 60-year-old, which is very common for people whose family don't live very long. So you have to realize the maximum capacity for human lifespan is estimated at 125 years. Most people have shorter telomeres than what's associated with their biological age. So after my first gene therapy, I had significant lengthening of the telomeres. And then after my second gene therapy, I had, again, significant lengthening of the telomeres. So since the first gene therapy, I think that by length of the telomeres, and this is at 3 different laboratories, 2 commercial brands and 1 independent, I have lengthened my telomeres by well over 30 years. So what we're hoping is that means less cellular senescence, so more resistance against infectious disease, and better overall health, and hopefully longer cellular divisions for a longer, healthier lifespan. So thanks for asking. We actually have a peer-reviewed paper that is out about my telomere results. And every year we do the telomere analysis again with the 3 companies and we release the results. So if you're interested in what happened with me, we have historically had all of my data available online.
Thank you. И вопрос Джузеппе Муччи. Прям несколько раз. Есть ли у вас опыт применения стволовых клеток при аутизме? Какие результаты?
No, we don't have. The last paper that was published for the stem cells in autism was retracted.
And Dr. Mehmet wants to also comment on that question.
We have a good experience in autism. There's a protocol of us, but the protocol besides we have psychological therapy and food therapy for the patients. Now we had more than 20 patients we did on autism. Also we have experience in CP patients and multiple sclerosis. I work with the brain surgeons. We have a huge number of patients.
With exosome therapy, not
Yes.
stem
Stem cells also.
Thank you very much. Кто? Не, все нормально.
И наш последний вопрос, видимо, Мехмед, к вам.
Mehmet, again, back to you.
Вопрос, можем ли вылечить рак при помощи экзосом и как вы используете стембио при ожогах?
Can the cancer be treated with exosomes? And can the cancer be treated with exosomes? And do you use them during the cancer? And can you use them during the burns?
During the burns, for example, you can use MSCH like mesenchymal cells during a septic period. It's very beneficial. For example, there's a high number of procalcitonin or other, parameters along, and there is a failure of RDS syndrome. You can give the patients in a sequential time of MSCH mesenchymal cells because it has anti-inflammatory effect. For exosomes, it's different. It's another issue. For example, the exosomes, you cannot give it to the infected area. That's a very important point because if you give to the infected area, this means you will have bacterial load. But if it's under control and there is not too much bacteria, you can give it, of course. You can give it IV or directly in the muscles. Did it answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Я извиняюсь, там добавили еще 10 минут. Это у нас все или нет? Можно к техникам вопрос? Бекя, вопрос, у нас время закончилось, там еще раз появилось время. Окей, спасибо большое.
We would like to thank you everyone for amazing presentations. Thank you speakers. Thank you. Now we're going to take a break and we come back here. What time we come back? So it's almost 2 now. In 1 hour? 1 hour is enough for you guys? So dear guests, I would like to ask you again to come to take your seats. We are about to start our program. It's our second panel of the second day, and with the first presentation, we would like to continue. Thank you for being with us. And this panel will be about ortho and muscular longevity. So we're dedicating this panel to the ortho and muscular longevity. And the next speaker will be talking to you. Her presentation will be about osteopathy and Karabakh medicine. So doctor is head of Karabakh Folk Medicine and Osteopathy Center. She implements. Dr. Ahu Musayeva, please come to the stage. She implements special rejuvenation program. Her treatment implies use of river stones, natural oils, different sizes of stones, weights, shapes, plant extracts, And for the osteopathy, doctor opens the internal resources of the people. Ha? O sizin neydi? Ha. One second. Please welcome Dr. Ahu Musayeva.
I would like to welcome all of our guests from abroad, and I would like also to express my gratitude to organizers of this Congress. Yes, you are very special because you have managed to invite here in Azerbaijan very important experts, and you have created very good conditions for this. And once again, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Today, we also have certain things, to suggest you. Yes, yes, we know that here in Azerbaijan we have very deep traditions. We have the special methodology to treat osteopathy. For many years we're using it. When we speak about osteopathy, first of all, we mean use of natural resources, and also when we say osteopathy, we use only our hands. In Karabakh treatment, we use different ointments, use different minerals for this, and it was actually implemented based on our tradition, on our ancient tradition, because we know our predecessors used these methods long ago, and we have established a special center here in Azerbaijan, and it is very good. It is very good that we can treat thousands of patients, and today we're gonna speak about clinical cases. Yes, Karabakh methodology covers naturopathic methods. This is the natural treatment method. And let's talk about the first case, about scoliosis. This is unfortunately one of the popular diseases, and of course it affects badly longevity of people, and even difficult to think about that, because when we think and we discuss issues of longevity, first of all, it goes to the skeleton. This is the case related to scoliosis, and you see that surgical operation, they got surgical operation and also other kinds of treatments, and then later on they came to us because they didn't have the results they expected. The young men came to us, and he had issues with breathing. X-ray also demonstrates this. We see it on the level of vertebra. Also, there are issues with the movement of the right hand. And after this treatment, he he said 21. Actually, after this treatment, he haven't had to go through another surgical operation. And in this case, you see the deformation after 16 days. After 16 days of treatment, results were good enough. And another patient of 16, we applied the Karabakh methodology, natural treatment methods, and we have managed to treat this deformation. Another case I would like to talk about this. Well, I'd like to dwell on this a little bit more. And the patient came to us. This person had the 4-degree deformation, and for quite a short period of time, you see that we have managed to bring it to zero. And also, I would like also to refer to our practice. And this is very interesting case, really. This patient of 15, MRT, he went to MRT. The 10th vertebra didn't develop enough. This is so-called vertebra. When this patient was 4, they were recommended to have the operation. She had operation at 4, and in 9, when she was 9 in Germany, they prescribed her corset, and until the age 15, she had to have this corset, but still scoliosis developed further up to the 4th level. And as you see the asymmetry here, after applying the Karabakh treatment, we have managed to free herself from necessity to have corset. And although before she had, for many years she had it, but now she can do it without the corset. Sometimes they come to us, and although metallic construction use in operations, they come to us with very acute cases, and we applied the osteopathy in Karabakh methodology, and after that we have managed to treat them successfully. Another patient of, and I would like to talk about the diagnosis and what is the success rate you can see on graphs. On this graph, you can see results of our activities, of our treatment. This is the hernia. Hernia is also very popular. Patients come to us with hernia, and of course it affects their health very badly, their quality of life very badly. And after 33 surgical operations, this patient came to us. and the results are proved. We see the 100% of the support of the fact that the quality of life has increased, and this patient experienced no pain now. And they are now good enough. Another case, 90% of diseases of that kind can be treated using the Karabakh methodology. This is what you can see visually here. This patient is 55. His lifestyle was very interesting. From age 5, he told a very interesting story from when he was 5. This is another patient after they took out his tooth. He had pains for quite a long period of time. It was the third tooth, and it affected his quality of his life. And we have managed to help this patient to come back to the normal life. Another patient with a paralysis of the nerve, and we see very positive results of treatment. On top of that, I would like also to provide you with information about other types of treatment, and mainly this methodology used for chronic diseases to restore movements. This is it requires quite a long period of time to restore the movement of liquids in body. According to the law of Pfizer, we can restore this patient's breath. We work with the diaphragm, and we also can treat the lymphatic system, and we help the process of movement of liquids and the restoration of breath. We helped to restore the function of the diaphragm in the mechanism, the normal physiological mechanism. And another methodology I would like to dwell on, I would like also to talk about this. This is the restoration of breath through helping to restore diaphragmal movement. Short of breath, this is what this patient experienced, and it results in hypoxia. Lack of oxygen was one of the results. Scientists discuss this issue, different types of antioxidants, but actually this is not the solution. This is not the final solution, but with our methodology, we have managed to do this, to restore functions. Another case is about the spastic and we restore the mechanical potential of diaphragm, taking out it from dysfunctional situation. We use different forms of stones, and actually we use traditional method. Also, we used different herbs available in Karabakh. I use different stones of different sizes with different energy potential, helping to restore functions of the skeleton of patients, and it helps. It helps to restore many functions. Of course, it is important to use the proper stones, and it looks like the surgical operations. Well, it looks like a knife. Methodology. The methodology is used in different parts of the world because we share with this methodology with our colleagues abroad. And when we speak about our methodology, I mean, we use osteopathy, of course, and my methodology I combined with this is methodology developed by me. I use different herbs from Karabakh and stones from Karabakh, and also we use different produce of bees, and along with this we use special equipment. And also we use the lymph drainage. And as a result, we have very good outcome. There are many examples, successful examples of our treatment. And we implement antibacterial mechanism. We study them now. And it helps us to study this methodology. And we also apply it practically. And we share this experience on conferences like this. I would like also to talk about the special PEPs or stones. They were used by people of Karabakh and by my grandees many years ago. So we apply this, and normally the weight of these stones is around 80 grams. Then at the end of the day, you see that the weight is coming down to 0. This is very effective. The implementation of these PIPs looks like the use of surgical knives, but in this case you don't need use the narcotics of narcosis. This is a very unique method. Despite all the methods we use are natural ones, But nevertheless, all results and implementation of them is ideal. Also, I would like to mention about another methodology um, which can help to increase the natural resources of the organism. I made presentations about it on other conferences, and we speak about the mechanism, and by the way, we had the special conference about that. And again, we demonstrated it there. We used this methodology, stem cells. Sometimes they ask us, about the universality of this method. And another issue is this. How despite its these discussions are very modern, but sometimes we see that diseases can be healed with touch. And now in modern technologies, we see that in modern times, we see that modern technologies are using. These are more advanced technologies in medicine. This methodology is different with others because we prepare this type of cells and apply it later on. It looks like the soil. If you fertilize the soil, you'll get the result. You'll get fruits. And of course, we have to maintain it. And if you can do this, it will be fruitful. This is analogy of human organism. If we can maintain it, our body will stay healthy. And we can say that stem cells also can help with chronic diseases. They stop chronic processes taking place in organism. And today I would like to talk about osteopathic method as a very unique one. Thousands of patients were treated based on our methods. And until now, we continue, and I personally continue to do this job. And it helps not only to treat people, but also to carry out scientific studies in this field. The major goal is to develop the global medicine and to build new types of relations of friendship. In order to develop medical science, we do our scientific job. And I would like to finalize my speech with this. Osteopathy and traditional Karabakh methodology can help us also in future, because I would like to invite all of you, all specialists here in Azerbaijan. Once again, I would like to express my thanks to organizers for creating this opportunity for us and for organizing this very good Congress. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Teşekkür ederim size. Sağ olun.
Thank you very much. I appreciate.
So we continue
Thank
with
you.
our presentations. We continue with our panel.
So we continue with our presentations, and we now will invite our next speaker. He is a specialist, he's a professional in lymphatic drainage system, and after his presentation there will be small demonstration. He will demonstrate and review some secrets of his professionalism. He is a member of National Federation of Massage Therapists. He organized the World Championship and of massage therapists, and he trained more than 3,000 professional therapists. And please, the floor is yours. Will you please bring the microphone? Good day, dear colleagues. My presentation will be about the muscle system and liver drainage system in the context of our topics of prolonging the life. Why we're talking about the muscle system and drainage system? Because it's very easy to work with it. It's convenient and effective to work with the muscle system. And if we talk about the active life and the parameters of the functionality of the system actually are associated with active life. And my report is about these things, and we take our clients, our guests as subjects, not only as objects but also as subjects. So it means that people themselves are interested to have an active and long life. And I would rather call the system as a universe, not only taking into consideration the number of muscles. As you know, it's about 16 to 800 muscles. It's widely considered, widely known, but also about the role of muscle system in our everyday life and associated with the longevity and the quality of life. We talk about three types of muscles: about cross-shaped muscles, about unstated muscles, and myocardium. Can we demonstrate here now? And actually, this is the layer by layer structure, and through tendons and other organs. It goes further, and we now take it as a chain, muscle fascial chain. We do not take it separately, isolated organ, but this is about the chain. Chains, what Thomas Myers called anatomic chains. And cross-shaped muscles are controllable. We can strain them and relax them, but we cannot do the same with unstated muscles. The nature says it should be autonomous, and forget about myocardium. Although certain techniques, you can increase the heartbeats, or in contrast, to make it to decrease it, to make it to bring it low. And actually, in the East, people are even practicing the conscious lifestyle, they can practice this, the decrease in heartbeat. And through certain techniques, we can also affect our peripheral system, blood circulation, and the phalanges at the beginning can be cold, but after this practice, they will be warm. And now about negative things. We're going to talk about negatives, about factors. Dr. Mesnikov calls them killer factors. They are very well known, and under a certain lifestyle, aggregated genes with associated with some constitution, we may have problems with overweight, and of course it also causes a lot of diseases, liver, oncology, and so on and so on. This is also can cause the increased blood pressure, high cholesterol, of lower density, of higher density. About the cholesterol of lower density, Yulia yesterday said that we should be deceived by these figures. It also should be in certain range. And some figures are markers for us. Of course, triglycerides, increased level of sugar, and 5.5 is, of course, the warning bell. And I think all these factors are informative, and they are prolonged factors. In metabolic syndrome, this is about 3 and more factors from this list, and also it brings diseases where you can hardly speak about the quality of life, when it's difficult for a person to lace his shoes, and of course that there's a risk of stroke and heart attack. And how muscles are linked with this topic, and can we through muscles affect all these factors back to shortening our life? Yes. First of all, through muscle activity, uses simple carbohydrates and sugars, and it burns it in stove, figuratively. And if we will practice aerobic activities, then fats will be burnt in the stove, and of course also the subcutaneous fat layer also will be decreased, but it should be more than 40 minutes training. And if less, of course it affects muscle, but by impedance indicates that nothing is changing in fat layer. The mild physical activity decreases the arterial pressure, blood pressure, and mortality of physically active people is less than by 67% compared to other population. So this is how we can affect kill factors. What we can do with muscles: we can strengthen them, we can relax them, we can stretch them. Let's look at it. We'll look at this issue in more details. If we talk about patients over 40, definitely we need to strengthen our muscles, because relaxation, ability of muscles, it decreases very rapidly, and it affects the functionality of skeleton of muscle apparatus. So we may experience some issues with that, issues with skeleton and muscle apparatus. And it is must, especially for men over 40, you need to work with dumbbells and other means regularly. And also durability, general tolerance will increase. This is about the normalization of sugar level, about the pressure, blood pressure, and bioimpedance indicates that the percentage of subcutaneous fat goes down and muscles strengthened. And of course, we also need to pay attention to coordination, the special exercises for balance when you have the new pattern, you gain the new pattern, and you have to regularly change this pattern and coming to coordination and gaining new muscle exercise, practicing new muscle exercises, and maintaining cognitive functions. This is for preventing Alzheimer, for example. Specialists, experts we can help to change the pattern. If we will visit only clinics, only therapists, we can deal with our disease. But now we are not talking about diseases only. We are talking about the quality of life. From a medical point of view, practically this person can be healthy. But how he behaves, and actually through this he moves to the disease. Just pay attention how you're sitting on the chair, colleagues. Most of you use gluteus maximus and try to sit on your legs, and immediately your posture will be improved, and the functions, many functions will be normalized. Otherwise, you are pressing on the diaphragm and epigastrial fields, and then the current of the lymph movement also will be blocked. Okay, thank you. Okay, we've mentioned about the strengthening, but modern patients who visit us, they come in quite complex states. Some muscles are hypertoned and some are stressed. The matter is this: the muscles react actively to external irritators, and they get information about the dangers. And we, being social individuals, we cannot react biologically to external irritants. We cannot bump on the table. We cannot manifest our emotions. And they say, specialists, the syndrome of interrupted act. And we have many of them from their childhood. Although we can cope with this, I don't like the term anti-stress. I think it's not scientific, because stress is something normal part. It's something normal. It's a normal part of our life. We can talk about the management of stress. So checking signals and choosing your reaction. And if we have too many signals, and if they come in a very short period of time, or they are very intense, we cannot react, then our conscious push them or push them out, but the body not. Body will be straight, my fibrilla will be shortened, and the capillars will be under pressure. Whatever foodstuff we will take, but still it will not be able to go through because its tracks are narrows. Wilhelm Reich, probably 100 years ago, said that all irritation have their representation in body. In spite of being subject, clients being subject, but we here at this point we need a specialist with. Is this pain is somatic or psychosomatic? So we need to understand what is the nature of it through special technologies. We can finalize it in a different signal. Will be positive. So we're gonna talk about representations of problems. Let's demonstrate the video. Wilhelm Reich said about seven the bells like that associated certain groups of muscles, and they are linked with certain problems. Let's look at them now. So-called eye belt. When you feel the strength not only parietal field, but also in the field of frontal muscle, temporal muscle, and occipital muscle. This is what they call the cask of neurasthenical person. If they are associated with fears and fear to violate rules, and too much visual information characteristic for our present clients. We are always with our gadgets, visual information, a lot of information, visual information, garbage actually. It enters us in. We are feeling the frontal bone is not in dynamics, and we have some kind of a swimming cap on our skull. And the chewing muscles, the strongest, one of the strongest muscles, they are associated with anger, the feeling of being insulted. It's oriented toward the socially important people for us. This is when we cannot express our disagreement to our fathers and mothers. It also associated with an inability to express deep emotions. The throat belt is a forbidden. This is the forbidden ability to cry. Those who work with these techniques, surprisingly, they see that men are coming to them, men of high positions, having very high positions, general directors, CEOs, etc., owners of the business. But then they don't know how to do it because they start crying. Men are starting to crying, weeping. Yeah, this is some kind of a catharsis, releasing of emotions. When you relax muscles, and these emotions come out. Yeah. There are also other techniques available: hypnotherapy, art therapy, muscle fascial method is one of them. Yeah, another thing is the belt, another belt, the waist belt, the forbidden dreams, everything is dosage, the contraindications. When you lose the emotional component, when you lose spiritual component, and we go down now to the diaphragm level, and it's about the inacceptability of something. You are in a situation you hate, but due to certain conditions, you have to accept it. And all of these stories about unhappy and happy marriages, and so on and so on. Now we go to the intestine, in stomach, blocked anger, in the fear. The anger is different from what we have with chewing muscles. This is something we have to accept. And the basic story is the pelvic belt, blocked vitality, right to live, blocked sexuality. And here we see not only the weak gluteal muscles. Sometimes these muscles can be also stressed. When we see piriform and stress, and we can see it's associated with other emotions. The therapies can work together with psychologists or to be trained in this field. So all this say that a human being is not only a mechanical system for relaxation and stress. It's not only about the history of disease, but it is also about history of our fascination and getting rid of fascination, losing fascinations. In therapies, when they hear it, they just try to keep silent because they hear about all dreams from a teenager period. They are kept like in archive and wait for the proper time to be expressed. Okay, we can functionally test our qualities and durability and strength, and patients can do this in good fitness centers. Doctors can do it actually, but analysis of muscle fascial status, of course, the osteopaths need to work here in this field, osteopaths or manual medicine therapies can work with that. And of course, the more than 40 minutes physical training. And you know what? At this point, sometimes people start doing sport, jogging along, let's say, Caspian Sea, and actually with more than 100 kilograms they press on their feet and muscles, and they may experience other problems. So not jogging, but swimming or Scandinavian walking is best. And it's important to do it regularly. Yoga, breathing techniques are very important. And let the patient choose. Give them opportunity, variety of different techniques. Where it can be Qigong, Tai Chi, Yoga, where they can breathe properly. Please put your left hand to your belly and your right hand to your chest. And relax your belly. Breathe in and fill your belly with air. And raise your chin a little bit. And breathe out. Breathe out, belly goes in and chest goes in and chin goes down. Unfortunately, we are limited with time. It would be good to breathe 8-10 times, but not up to dizziness. Yeah, the bathhouse is a very good opportunity. It's not like you are taking your friends are going there, but through sweating, actually you can take out products of metabolism. You can hardly do it with other methods. And all Slavs actually tasted the girl who wanted to be married at the bathhouse. So this is the very strong factors, oxytocin, serotonin, great range of positive emotions, and we feel the depths of these positive emotions. So at the end of the day, we have them here in the body. As a detective, you can find out the main reason if you will ask the patient, give me 20 sources of joy, of enjoyment, they will not go more than 5. So that's why they try to compensate the life with a simple carbohydrates. So I think the doctor of preventive medicine and coaches can demonstrate and can help them to widen the range. In the galaxy of limbs, so 10 years I was delivering lectures at the medical university. Okay, I will try to keep short then. And we know that our audience is very educated, very advanced, so I will miss anatomic topographic features of lymphatic system. You know them very well. We take lymph as the cargo taxi, carrying the load of metabolism, which blood system cannot take, cannot transport. The system of filters are there, and the immune functions is there. We shouldn't forget about this. As apoptosis, we shouldn't forget about this. And when the potential sources of threats are swallowed, and here we visually can see the lymphatic nodes, so it means that something is wrong there. From lymphatic capillaries in the lymphatic nodes, we see the throat duct in the lymph through clavicular point. They are cleaned up.
And mainly, I think, again, we speak here about the role of the thoracic diaphragm. We try to breathe this way today, and now we will give the anatomic and physiological substantiation. So the dome-shaped muscle is pressing on the duct, the thorax duct, and creates the pumping movement. So through helping them to breathe this way, the diaphragmal way, it will help our patients to diminish the edema in epigastrial and other parts of the body. This is the natural genesis, actually. And what we should do before strengthening this stream of lymph, we need to be sure that that no inflammation is there, not to spread the problem throughout the body. So detox program should be done in time, and also the capillary therapy can be used. You can use bath of Zalmanov, cold and warm, and also the mild exercises. It will help. It will help our patients, and of course lymphadenatic massage also must be there, of course. So I try to deliver this information in short period of time. Thank you very much. And I'm still will be here at the scene. Is everything okay? Do we need to prepare something? And I would like you to ask, stand up. Please stand up. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Ilona, I would like you to come to the scene. Please come here. Please not be shy. My friends, please turn your face to this wall. Okay? Good. You come to the left side and put down your hands on the trapezoid of your neighbor. Okay. And now please find occipital and also up to the delt-shaped muscles. Move your hand. Yeah, very round movement, and try to relax your hand and feel the tissue which is under your hand. So you feel the stress is there, and stop on the trapezoid and lift it. And we also to touch the elevator of scapula, and we are massaging it softly. Probably you wanted it long ago. Our Congress is about to prolonging life. We can do it immediately. Excellent. Please, left leg, make it stable, put it in stable position, and by the side of your hand, in the field between scapula, massage up to the feeling a little bit warm. Excellent. And now make a fist, not tough, but like you are keeping a bird in your hand. And then do percussive movements, and your neighbor will do ah, will make the ah sound. I don't hear. Okay, good now. And now do the H-shaped movement with your hand, and put your hand. Put your hand. And now put it on your knee, back of your hand, and okay, just do massaging of trapezoids of these muscles. Please continue. Please keep doing it. Okay, massaging. I need to keep up timing because I'm a patient now. Excellent. And now, please massage the field between scapulas. Rub it. We are rubbing it. Okay. And don't stop. Okay. And now we are doing very light percussion movement. Excellent. You are the best audience. And then we do it in a shape form. Put one of your hands to the neck, and then turn your face to each other, and applause each other. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate. How do you feel now? Is it okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Sorry, guys, I didn't have time to put my jacket on. I was out of. So, I hope we'll be able to continue with our next presentations. Can we put also the next slide here? Next speaker I would like to present, who will continue our second panel. And name of the presentation will be Low Dose Lithium and Neurodegeneration. And the speaker will be Andrei Gostry, who is a doctor in general practices, preventive and anti-aging medicine. He's certified board member of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine in USA, as well as AFMCP graduate and certified board member of the Institute of Functional Medicine. Let's greet Mr. Andrei Gostry. Woohoo! Приветствую. Все, вот это пульт. Удачи. Ручной микрофон дайте, пожалуйста. Раз.
Thank you. Thank you very much, friends, for your applause. And let's start. We are running out of time. Format is strange, but I hope that if something is wrong, lithium will save you. And we're gonna talk about very important issue. If genetically we will not reach Alzheimer, but we can reach it if we will not follow principles Andrei talked about. And low dose lithium and neurodegeneration, unexpected insights. And let's start with this. According to latest data, most of the neurodegenerative disease, despite of differences in etiopathogenes, still they have a lot of common things, and these are pathogenetic mechanisms. This is about the mitochondrial dysfunction, oxidation stress, and it comes down in a way to two interacting points: excitotoxicity, I will talk about that, and neuroinflammation. So the set of these principles makes it necessary to find new solutions, including new pharmacological solution with wide spectrum, and these approaches exist, but mainly they lay in the field of behavioral aspects and modification of lifestyle. And this is about coming to pharmacological opportunities, they are limited. The lithium, according to the latest studies, is very promising factors with these opportunities. And presently, it's taken as neuroprotector effects and with the Y effects. I would like to say that including neurodegeneration, lithium is well studied, but most of the effects we can find in the literature mainly demonstrated for big doses of non-organic lithium in the form of carbonate. We know it very well. This is the classical method for maniacal depressive conditions, and here you can see the systemic mechanism. At the right side we can see how it's affect the structure of the brain, including the neurotrophics and also neurotransmitters modulation. I will not touch upon this. And very interesting changes, intracellular changes. This is about the sacral fundamental mechanisms of the biology of living cell. We will speak about that. And now let's talk about the first phenomenon, key phenomenon we call excitotoxicity. Our students know it very well, and in essence it's very simple. It comes from English exciting, but not excessively. So this is the cellular death due to exciting amino acids. Then first of all, glutamate comes here, and here we see very strong receptive system responding to glutamate and others, and most known among them is the receptor N-methyldiaspargine, NMDA receptor, very popular one, and it affects normally this way. Through activation of this receptor, molecules of glutamate or similar ones, there are many actually, including cytokines and others, and through activation of this receptor, which opens its own channels, and through this the big number of calcium goes through. And I would like to remind the calcium is a key, not only mineral, but a leading element of leading messenger, intercellular messenger. Many processes depend on that, and excessive concentration leads to excessive effects. And at the end of the day, I would like to keep short, pathological cascade take place, dysfunction of mitochondria in the oxidation stress and other DNA harms in the, and we see that how the cell kills through apoptosis. We see that how it affects all the brain cells, not only neural, yet we can see it everywhere. It forms up. Here we can see that how it creates the pathological process. And lithium works as an aging, excitotoxical agent. It works two ways. It stimulates receptors, but very, very quickly it impedes. He starts impedes and suppresses the receptors through specific mechanisms, and also it can impede the activity of the transporter, which brings glutamine, and through depressing this, it can release of glutamate. So we see that. We see anti-glutamate effects. Along with this, it also activates buffer chain, campogenic mediation. And here we see that it affects presynaptic release of GAM, and it can activate the receptors of p-type, and through dual methods it can help the transmission. Also very interesting effect can be seen how it affects nerve rate, one of the most important progesterone. And this is the very strong neuroprotector with neurotropic effects up to neurogenesis. And lithium activates its synthesis. So it, once again, it demonstrates its neuroprotective part. Effect of neuroglycan receptor that impedes the calcium coming into cell. In impedes of phospholipase takes place. In the second is the key ferments taken out from the membrane different lipids, including arachidonic acid, which is the precursor for econazole of second series with strong anti-inflammatory effect. In the framework of 6-week experiment in mice, decrease of arachidonic acid was established. Just think about that. This is a very strong anti-inflammatory agent. It works alternatively, but with the same effect. In the next aspect affecting the inflammation and decrease of apoptosis is the effect to cascade omega-3 fatty acid, including one of the leading in the brain, and presently not so many continues this chain, because the chain has a metabolic effect, but also advanced portability, the resolvamines from the resolve, it refers to inflammatory process, or protectins, neuroprotective D1, strongest echinozoid of nature protector, lithium catalyzes precursor. 17, hydroxidation, and again at the end, like in arachidonic acid, we see 2 times increase in the period during 6 weeks. So depression of inflammation is taking place. And the second one is simple enough. We see how it affects mitochondria, limiting the synthesis of free radicals, and along with that, it also affects on antioxidant ferment, including synthesis infertility. And at the end, we have very clear anti-inflammation effect. They are interrelated. We can take them as one pathogenic chain, as one target for lithium. And the next target is different. These are about neurotrophins. Big number of molecules. You see the major representative of them, and most of them is very well known, brain derivative neurotrophic factor, but anyway they work in similar way. IgN1, what they do, they are critically important for survival and well-being of any cell, for neurogenesis and neuroplasticity. And neurotrophins stimulate development of progenitor cells. One of the targets discussed for lithium is the synthesis of neurotrophins, leading to BDF in increasing of the level of receptors. I was suspicious about that, but still have decided to get into this mechanism deeper because it's intriguing. Through
major two channels it takes place with the GNF stimulation. The first one, stimulation of retinoic acid, retinoid signaling. This is the global system in our organism, on our brain through retinoid cascade. Proliferation is taking place of and it means that more complicated but still important mechanism, so-called glycogen synthase kinase 3 beta. This is pro-apoptic pathogen ferment which controls intercellular signaling mechanism named WNT beta-catein, and we will call it simply beta-catenin signaling mechanism. And actually it defines first of all processes of synaptic plasticity and survivability of neurons. In violation of this mechanism, of this cascade, is the main molecular event for neuroinflammation and pathogenesis of Alzheimer. Glycogen synthase kinase hampers beta-catenin way and glycogen synthase kinase and reactivates a very interesting mechanism, strengthening of insulin dependence of incoming glucose into the cell. This is the main trophics of its nutrition, and through this similar mechanisms, activation of synthesis of natriuretrophins and other molecules of survivability taking place. And so in some works, figures were demonstrated, were given in terms of BDNF level control in several different zones. These experiments were done in animals, first of all, that there are calculations for human beings, and you see that therapy with lithium increases with different percentages, although in different processes. Extracellular, even we see the BDNF increase up to 400%. So this is the neurotrophic effect. At the end of the day, everything I'm talking about, you can see on the slide. I will not read it out, but I would like to emphasize that cytomolecular cytoprotective mechanism automatically declaim universal important in any neurodegeneration and also in psycho-emotional dysfunctions, not only bipolar dysfunctions, it can be just depression, STVG, and any other functional organic dysfunction, including the autism. And more simpler things, although I'm impressed about the effect of lithium alkalization of cytosol. It is known an effective phases of any sign in bipolar dysfunction. We see decrease intercellular pH and intercellular in mitochondrial pH, and although some claim that the pH is stable, but within the cell it is not a myth. In very serious literature, medical literature, academic literature, it's described. This is the fundamental mechanism associated with pH. This is the basis of any neurotoxicity and neuroinflammation and neurodegeneration. And I would like to tell from the very beginning, it's not only about the brain, but this mechanism works throughout the body. How lithium can help in this case? Actually, when we look at the Mendeleev's table, we see that lithium in one period in the
hydrogen and higher than natrium, kalium, and other leading cations of our organism. And through this and through a high reactability, it is very polarizing. It has a polarizing effect. You can just recall batteries, lithium batteries. The mechanism is the cell, and it can replace natrium, calcium, and through this it can make the environment medium more alkaline. And what we have at the end, what it will give us, we see the alkaline effect on cytosol and mitochondrials as minimum, and as a result it gives us arachidonic acid, normalization, antioxidant ferments, decreasing inflammation. Actually, I didn't get too deep into this, but actually I think it will affect all metabolic cascades and so on. But this information even more interesting, I think. This is the ability of lithium to decrease the temperature of inflamed brain and body in general. And from the previous example, we know that neuroinflammation and bipolar dysfunction are others associated with the change in temperature. But for us it's very important, although it's the change is very small, because it's associated with oxidation and inflammation processes. And it turned out that lithium can decrease the local temperature of body and brain. The experimental data says that the decrease in very small decrease of temperature and prolongs the life in laboratory animals. In human beings, of course, we are not sure, but we have the substantiation for this. And lithium can claim the systematic geoprotector. The mechanism is the effect of and it opens the multiple cascade processes. What else? This is the effect of the gains of circadian rhythms, and through this lithium can affect neurodegeneration, also effect on reactive stressors was studied, and effect on corticotropin and normalization, the stressor response, and our adaptability. And it also can affect on shortening of telomeres. So there is an effect of the transport of vitamin B12 and folate in the brain, and also it's one of the normotemic mechanisms. I'm talking about these things to answer the question: can lithium really prevent dementia and hamper its progression? Actually, everything I've told refers to this. We need to be sure in vivo through studies. And of course, in animals, in laboratory animals, many studies showed this, demonstrated this. The genetic determined Alzheimer's, also one of the examples, microdoses of lithium, carbonate lithium, leads to diminishing the number of senile and lack of neurons in lobe and hippocamp, and also level of BDNF in the lobe of animals compared to other groups of animals. And in human, we see the decrease of nerve protein in the spinal liquid. And by probes were made, In 2009, this work was done, the study was done, and 10-week study showed that the lithium was studied in patients with low BDNF, and it brought the level of BDNF to the level compared to healthy control group. And macrodoses of lithium, real macrodoses, we will speak about, 300 microgram during 15 months. With patients with Alzheimer, although not so much progressed Alzheimer, and cognitive functions increased in 3 months. And another effect, therapeutical effect, we see it in patients with Down syndrome. You know that they also have the risk of early degeneration of Alzheimer type, and I found even the picture autosomal dominant Alzheimer's disease, and it demonstrates actually this is the inflammation, the high temperature in patients with Down syndrome. In 1920 it was demonstrated that lithium gives a very important results. These are 2 meta-analyses from 2015. Although the cohort is not so big, but for this innovation role, statistically, this is statistically important result. We see the the hampering of cognitive function, and this is the fresh one from 2022 meta-analysis of 18 placebo controlled randomized clinical trial were made, and also it said that it helps the diminishing cognitive deficit and hampering its progressing of degeneration, and it's associated with increase of the volume of gray stuff in the brain, at least in zones related with our cognitive status. Friends, we can not only conserve this process, but also increase the law. I do not know any other results similar to this. And in meta-analysis, it was demonstrated that this method is way more beyond compared to other methods. And the question is, why don't we use it now, until now? First of all, we compare it with old formed for many decades. Only lithium carbonate was used, although new studies demonstrate not all salts of lithium are similarly effective, because the transport depends on anions of salts of lithium. Neuroprotective effects are characteristic in adequate range to organic forms of lithium. And Arodant, first of all, was studied. Everything we have mentioned says that the low levels of Arodant and citrate and ascorbate gives a neuroprotective effect, but not carbonate and chloride of lithium. And organic forms can be kept in the cell of the brain better, and we can use lesser doses. The second reason why we abstained from this opportunity, because we used to implement carbonate in high doses. Mainly it's applied to psychiatric patients with bipolar dysfunction. And when we talk about higher doses, it's prescribed in normally in very high doses, although in this case doses are much less, and clinical accent on maniacal depressive syndrome has limited our attitude to this medicine. It may be, although maybe it's associated with the position of pharmacological companies, because they will not be able with this earn billions. And it's up to you. For prophylaxis of Alzheimer, it's good. What we are waiting for, it's up to you. And we personally take it all of us are taking all our team, and we recommend you. And I would like you to think about the information we provided. Very simple substance. Organic lithium in small doses can change your mind literally and figuratively. Thank you very much.
Dostlar, düşünürük ki artıq hər kəs buradadır. Sertifikat almayanlar da bundan sonra alarlar. Və biz əslində final
Friends,
mərhələdəyik. Biraz
we think that all the people have taken their places.
Amma əsas odur ki, Hacer xanım, sizin
What
komanda,
matters
sizin
here
dostlar
that we have Ms.
və biz bir
Hacer,
daha bu Azərbaycan
her
halkı
team,
səslənməyi də
and you made it.
Azərbaycan olaraq çox sevinirik ki,
So,
dostlarla
because
birlikdə
as
biz
Azeris,
bu
we are
konqresin
very
artıq
thrilled see that we are coming to the final panel session. As the topic is quite interest generating. We believe that our valuable speakers, they will add value to moral longevity. I wish all you long life.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. Thank you, appreciate, great work. Okay, guys, allow me to start our last panel of a two-day Congress. Thank you to all the organizers, thank you to all the participants, to all the speakers. And our last panel, but not least, which is very important, by the topic you will understand that this is a very important topic. It's a brain, mental, and spiritual longevity. Everybody can argue that this is one of the most, at this moment, in current situation, this is a very important topic. And I would like to invite to the stage for his presentation, Dr. Yashar Ibadov, who is going to talk to you about alternative psychology. His new method of a psychogram opens up new opportunities in the science of energy and the prevention of psychotraumatic diseases. Psychogram reveals and explains information about many processes that cannot be expressed in words. At the same time, provides new practical means for correcting the causes of diseases and life problems. Dr. Yashar Ibadov, please come to the stage. Hoş geldiniz.
Жизненных проблем.
And I would like now to invite Professor Ibadov. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. You can start, I think. I'm welcoming all of you, and I'd like to wish you all success. And today I'm gonna talk about the alternative psychology, and I'm the author of this method. And my slogan is this: don't get old before you got old. And as an author of alternative psychology, I would like to talk to you about my studies. And I actually started it as an ordinary physician. In my free time, I started doing my own researches, and actually even didn't think about being an artist, because I started when I started doing it, when I started drawing, I collected very interesting information based on this art, and later on I've developed it to an alternative psychology. Later on in my activities in 2003, in March of that year, I got the certificate in the field of alternative psychology, and I presented my scientific studies after coming back to Azerbaijan based on the scientific centers here in Azerbaijan. I opened the laboratory, and I'm the head of this laboratory, and I work in this field during the last 23 years. And presently I'm going to talk about our researches and our studies. We have reached this certain level, and presently I'm the candidate for the Nobel Prize, and at the same time I'd like to tell that I'm an expert of the Information Center for the Nobel Prize, and I'm the academician of 8 countries in my field. In the year 2005, we've developed energy informational diagnostics. We have developed this method, and I got the patent proving that my studies, my discoveries are accepted on an international level. So I have the legal document in my hand about that. And we are talking today about longevity, about aging. You know, many sciences study aging: biology, psychology, sociology. And as you know, psychology studies the psychological aspect of aging. As an author of alternative psychology, I develop this field, and I suggest a new look at this. And my approach is multidisciplinary. I would like to ask scientific circles to take it globally in more scales, to look at the aging in wider aspect, from global perspective. There are global categories here: information, time, space, energy, environment, and the effect which they will effect on us. It's a difference. All objects around us are not isolated. Time, information, energy, everything around us, together with us, is in harmony. And studying aging, the process of aging, new discoveries of issues associated with aging open before us new opportunities. So first of all, we should tell that aging is an issue, is a problem not only of humankind, but this is also the issue of noosphere. This problem can be studied, taken into consideration of all different aspects, their interaction. So the aspects of time, the space, and others. We continue with our studies. In regard with a new look to the issue of aging, I would like to tell that the category of time and space, interaction between energy and information, and all aspects of aging, there are psychological aspects of aging, as you can see from the slide. On the left side, we see physiological factors of aging. So our major goal of scientists is to create an environment for people where the people will age in normal way and in time. And here you can see on the right side there is another field, another direction associated with aging, where all diseases come up and people suffer from different diseases. And before physical aging, psychological aging starts. And we wish you do not experience something like that. To study aging in wider scale, the special science is now there, gerontopsychology, and cooperation between different sciences also exists. The process of aging, physiological aging, is associated with some diseases, and this is the normal physiological aging process. And we studied in the form of metamorphosis. So normal processes are going on. But if before getting old, because aging metamorphosis is there, then different aspects affect it. And pathological aging, it can take place before, and it takes the form of mutation. And on the next slide, you can see that there are many theories, many sciences studying aging. They look at it from different points of view, different aspects and different levels. So, for example, the first level, when people experience bad sleep and other issues, and we see the change in the environment also, linked with the loss of orientation. And none of these theories, as an alternative psychology author, I say that this field is not studied enough. In order to study this field, you also need to study new levels, new surfaces. And I would like to tell that in one of the books, Hear My Call, it says that when informational links are destroyed, we experience diseases. And if informational links are there, then we do not experience any disease. Another example, as I say, we need to study aging as an object of information. Energy informational links in its approach are correct approaches, and we can come to this point that it actually stems from the category of information. We need to analyze it and to study this field, and it's recommended. Now we see new trends in science. In this field, some studies are done, and some examples from it: restoration of information, informational hygiene, and integrational medicine, and multidimensional medicine. Alternative psychologists suggest new methodology enabling to study alternative energy better using the information and energy categories. We continue with our studies, and during upcoming congresses, I'm planning to present new facts, methods of alternative psychology. They actually based on laws of nature. And the first things we use, psychography methodologies are coming. So through this, we depict the psychological image, and information is presented through it. And you can see from this slide that we use also psychocorrection. Negative information is corrected and taken out of the organism. At the next step, we have created special tests, psychological tests. Several years ago, they were published here in Azerbaijan and abroad, and even they got of the tool of the 21st century. And now about the face, the portrait of face. I will explain now what I mean when saying the face picture or face portrait. And this picture I drew up during 4 months, and I've created an interactive method. And this method is another page in healing through the art. People are looking at it. For example, girls and women can use this. When women are looking at it, the pregnancy process will be normalized, and they can deliver healthy children. And with this example, I would like to tell you that presently I am the author of this picture, and I own a golden medal for it. I don't want to talk about it a lot, but what's it all about? At the basis of this method is the tool when we can help the healthy aging, and I'm planning to create the face portrait of longevity, and I hope it will be ready for the next Congress. I can bring a lot of examples, but what I would like to tell here again, that alternative Psychology is studying living systems, how they affect each other, how they interact, the process of metamorphosis. And metamorphosis consists of phases of borders and changes, phase of changes under the energy of information change. And so metamorphosis also change, and people become healthy. Otherwise, the aging will be pathological. And here, I would like to draw your attention to internal and external factors bringing us to changes. You see two diagrams here. Here we see internal factors on the first one, energy content, the quality of energy, informational holographic structure, and external biotic, anthropogeneous factors, and others. And coming to abiotic factors, it's about the light, natural factors like light, temperature, etc. And biotic factors, this is about fauna and flora, and anthropogenic factors. This is about the social life around us, people around us, and our interrelations with them. Under the effect of these factors, in the process of metamorphosis, people can go through radical changes. Informational basis or matrix will change, and it may be also distorted. And during the process of metamorphosis, other changes may come up, and at the end of the day, they will cause the issues associated with aging, with becoming old. We study at what level is the matrix of this human. We start with the classification of fate. We understand with which matrix this human lives. Within the object of energy, we separate the level of health and energy informational image of the person. Through this methodology developed by us, and the method of psychography is the most developed form of it, through drawing, and through drawing we can correct some distortions in matrix, and you can take them out and you go to the metamorphosis phase. If we will come back to a previous slide, normally 8, the figure of 8, in this system, on the first slide, you can see it, is on the first quadrant. This is the normal, and in this system of coordinates, we can see how it shifted. It shifted and relocated and went to the center and a little bit low. And it indicates the second level of health. And if the figure 8 will be reconfigured, so the level of health also will change. And our studies proved that through psychocorrection, human can easily from the 5th level to come to the normal matrix, and on the 6th and 7th level special conditions are required affecting the psychological condition of the human being, its interrelations with outer world, and reason associated with his health. And I would like also to say that if we can depict the face portrait, and if it's possible to draw up the face portrait for the human, for this specific human, then we will come back and find the point of to the point where the changes took place. So through this, we can help this person to live his or her or old ages. On this slide, with methods of alternative psychology, energetic image of the human changes, and as a result of it, we see that the person is getting healed, and we can now can help to make the person younger and to become harmonized. And I have now a suggestion. The problem of getting old, all scientists all together, from the global point of view, at global perspective associated with the cosmos, with the universe, it needs to be studied from this point of view. And another diagram, this is actually my last diagram. MM means metamorphosis, PE means psychic energy, and YF means creative activity. Through tests used by me, I proved that if exterior can be depicted with abstract pictures, and I did it without taking my pen out of the paper. This is the colorful version of the same. And with this, people can help their self-correction. And at the same time, you can understand from the title, this is the medical and psychological test. And these tests are normally used for diagnosis. But here in this case, it's not only for diagnosis, but at the same time, it can affect psychologically and otherwise. And I would like to express my gratitude to you. So to get practical, real result of these discussions, to demonstrate them, I asked two girls, Nabieva and Vaidzadeh, two ladies, psychologists and medical doctors. I will ask them to come to the scene, and they will tell you how we practically used, and they demonstrate it on the clinical case with results of our studies. Hello, I'm welcoming you. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to our doctor, because I dreamt about this. I got acquainted with alternative psychology, according to the suggestion from my teacher. Although I'm not so much knowledgeable about this knowledge, but my health really changed. So I became harmonized, and I love this science. This science is very strong, and I asked the doctor to teach me this science. And the simple is very, the reason is very simple. Years ago, when I was tested, medically tested, my doctor said that he can help me in year 2014. As a psychologist, it was strange for me, and I told him, and I'd like you to also know, he told that he will practically will try to help me, and I was tested again, and the results of my medical testings was good, and my doctor, who tested me, said, I'm sorry. He said, sorry, maybe I did something wrong, and I misinterpreted it. And later on, I provided him with information about the alternative psychology, and I introduced Mr. Yashar to him, and he came, they met each other. Now, I'm speaking here not as a psychologist, but as an ordinary citizen. I think that it can be very good bridge connecting us. And another issues, I had stitching in my ear. It was not comfortable, of course, and later on doctor defined the problematic point. You have defined the center. We started our sessions, and through this science, I found also the solution for my problem, because it was very uncomfortable for me, and it affected me and my job negatively. So with these examples, I would like to demonstrate, I wanted to demonstrate to you how it works. I have decided to share it with you from this scene, and several years ago I delivered birth, and now I have a daughter, and the doctor said that she will not walk, and I was absolutely broken. It was in 2013. Doctor created the psychography, and I, of course, believed him, and he told me that this child will walk, and diagnosis is not correct. Based on his suggestions, we made it possible for our child to walk. She's now okay. She's fine, and of course I will be follower of the doctor if he permits. I'm very sorry. Only 1 minute. We have only 1 minute. I would like to say very shortly that this science became for me life-changing science. Yeah, you have only 1 minute. In contrast with my colleague, I would like to talk from here as a psychologist. I came to the doctor as a patient, and I think all doctors have patients when you have the same complaints over and over again. And I came as I'm a medical doctor by my training, and I came to the doctor. He dropped up my face portrait, and now I'm standing before you, and I would like to tell, as a doctor to doctor, I would like to speak to you. Unfortunately, there are some diseases you cannot heal on physical level, but the information is there, energy is there, and it's scientifically proved that we feel, and it's proof that we can feel it. As a patient, I came to him. I would like to continue as a doctor. There's a reason why it was said here that I'm a psychologist. I would like to heal people on different levels. And doctor said that you will live 140 years, and I would like to do it, to live and to help people. Unfortunately, we are running out of time.
Xanımlar yəqin ki utandı öz yaşlarını qeyd eləməyə. Mən xahiş edirəm, yaşınızı deyin və biz qocalıq prosesində nə nəticə almışıqsa, onları siz gözünüzlə görəsiniz.
Çox sağ olun. Doktor, я попросил вас показать мою фотографию на слайдах многолетней давности. То есть, если вы видите мою фотографию 10-летней давности, мои пациенты говорят мне, Алихам, то, что было 10 лет тому назад, эта женщина, она похожа на вашу мать. А вы похожи на ее дочь. Мне сейчас 38 лет. Кто видит меня, говорят, что я выгляжу младше. Я всегда этому удивляюсь. Я хочу
Я про возраст хочу сказать больше на уровне ощущений. Мне 31 год. Я когда к доктору пришла, чувствовала себя на все 81, без желания жить дальше. Сейчас я сегодня это несколько раз озвучила. У меня такое чувство, что мне 18, и я готова с полной энергией приносить людям пользу и работать.
Доктор фокусник, доктор. Tebrik ederim. Spasibo, sağ olun doktor, sağ olun. Biz sizi saatları qulaq asmaq istəyirik, prosta sadəcə vaxt məhduddur. Başqa bir. Çox sağ olun doktor, çox sağ olun, təşəkkür edirəm.
Mən çox üzr istəyirəm. Yəni danışdığımız hər bir şey əslində çox qeyri-adi ola bilər. Çox qeyri-adi ola bilər. Amma baxın,
biz bu hamısını başa düşürük.
Biz amma kifayət qədər bunu yaşayıb, bunun həyəcanını görmüş, bunun təəccübünü yaşamış və bugünkü gün bunun nə qədər reallıq olduğunu nəzərinizə çatdırmaq istəyirəm. Bu əsla fokus deyil, sözün əsl mənasında reallıqdır. Təşəkkür edirəm diqqətiniz üçün.
For sitting here, they believe in that. Thank you very much. Thank you, super presentation. And now we would like to continue with our next presentation, which is very interesting about our longevity here in Azerbaijan. Why people live long in Azerbaijan? What is their secret? And the presenter is, she's a founder and top expert of the Azerbaijan New Skill Academy. She's also a clinical psychologist, expert in treating addictions and psychosomatic diseases. And her name is Bika Mirkasimova. I would like to ask her to the stage. Bika Khanum. She also played a big role in helping organizing this event. She was the one who was sitting behind all this equipment and making sure that everything works. Bika Khanum, thank you very much for your help. We almost, thank you. Floor is yours. I'm out. Please try to be on time, okay?
Good evening again, dear participants, dear guests. Yeah, I know that most of you have arrived in our beautiful city from different countries, and I'm very glad that I have this opportunity to talk about interesting things, although my colleagues before me provided you information about the anatomy and the anatomic things, but I would like to talk about the living biohacking from Azerbaijan. There is a reason why Azerbaijan was chosen as the place for these conquerors, and the world is discussing this phenomenon of long living in Azerbaijan for quite a long period of time. And I would like to tell you that here in Azerbaijan we have more than 400 people, over more than 100, and one of the living now representative of this cohort is Azizova Tamam. She is 132. She lives in Lankaran regions of Azerbaijan. And we know it for sure because the pension fund have this data, precise data. And I would like also to tell that this statistics was tracked even during the Soviet period of time. We had at that time also many long-living people, and the conscience was very bright. Here in Azerbaijan, we have the only museum of long-living people. It's also located in Lankaran and Larik region. This is the region of Azerbaijan, where we have this category of people. But this region is a record of many records. In this museum, they have more than 500 items with a lot of information about 500 people from Lyric region, about their lifestyle, and with their items, personal items, very beautiful regions of Azerbaijan. Cuisine is very tasty, and I recommend you to visit this museum. And also I would like to talk about the recordsman during the Soviet Union. Scientists studied this phenomenon, and actually I speak about Sherali Muslimov. A lot of films were filmed about him. He was born during Napoleon and died during Brezhnev. And his age when he died was 169, and he passed away in 1973. He lived during different tsars and kings, Lenin, Stalin, Khrushchev. He's not prominent only because he lived long, but also because he was very physically active. And actually, you can see it on the film. The film is titled Shirley Comes from Mountains. In this film, you can find also information about his activity. He's sitting on his horse. He was very active. His condition was very healthy. It was tested by scientists of that time. His phenomenon was very attractive for people. When he was 136, he was a shepherd. He got married for the third time. It was phenomenal, of course. His wife was younger by 79 years. She was 59. In 9 months, the couple had the daughter. You can see photos. Happy father with daughter. And I should tell you that he was very attached to this child, to his last child. And his wife at that time was 58. Nothing is impossible, as Helena says. So our age is some kind of the limit in our brain. And our knowledge are limiting. And I would like to talk about his lifestyle. Phenomenon of Shirali was studied long, and I recommend you to watch it in the film. The first thing, what he said when he was asked about his lifestyle, he said that you always must work, because when you're lazy, lazy, you cannot live long at its death. He was a shepherd. He was a shepherd in high-end mountains, in meadows there, and he took care about himself. When you look at his nutrition, because you know there are some factors. One of the major factors for longevity is the nutrition. This region is rich with very good fruits and vegetables. This is the unique location in Azerbaijan. This is the subtropical zone where you can find a lot of different fruits with vitamin C, peihua, lemons. And his nutrition consisted of fresh fruits and vegetables, also dairy products. You know, katik and yogurt is a living source of lactobacteries and also probiotics. The water is important. With water he drank. As a Muslim, he didn't consume alcohol and tobacco, and accordingly he had only teas from herbs and clean tea. By the way, during the Soviet time, the best sorts of tea were grown there. They also have a lot of herbs in mountains, and he walked a day with his herd 10 to 20 kilometers at open air, at clean air, and he enjoyed it. He said that I don't want to move in a way, I want to live here with my family. And a little bit about his weight and height. 161 was his height, 61 kilogram. Then blood pressure 110 and heartbeats between 82. Heartbeats was 76. His lifestyle, as Japanese say, was the representation of Ikigai. We will talk about this system later on. Little bit about statistics. We will come back to genes. Of course, there is a concept of genes of long-living people, FOXO3, which you can find in people, in most of the people living long, more than 100. It protects the stem cells from getting old. And Dr. Pipe, with his colleagues, confirmed that mice with these genes, neuron cells, when they are under stress, die quickly. In the latest studies prove that these genes are responding for strengthening the walls of neuron cells. What's happening on genetic level? It's generating, it is stimulating generating of new young cells. Under the high level of stress, the generation, the formation of new neuron cells is going down. So when the situation is stressy, it's going down. So accordingly, it protects the young neuron cells with active division. The resources depleted very soon. We can understand there is a big bond between this and the oxidation stress. Of course, incorrect nutrition, different factors of ecology. Radiation also affects it, and the main reason of the brain getting old is oxidational stress. When there are too much oxygen, free oxygen, and it creates some molecules, unnecessary molecules, and it strongly affects our brain cells. So this gene under the oxidation stress protects the division of cells. So it waits when the stress situation is over, and then the new cells are generated. The reason, of course, is air. One of the factors known about this category of people over 100 is this. So people from mountains live long. Of course, most of us cannot live with this air for quite a long period of time, but evolution made them to adapt to this air, and we see that the level of oxygen in mountains is lower. So this oxidation stress is lower. There are other factors, of course, of ecology. We realize that this certain level of oxygen is optimal. By the way, this person is of middle height. They are not so high and not so low, and the level of oxygen is optimal. It's enough to live fully, and at the same time oxidation stress is lower there. Another factor is, of course, water. We realize that spring water from mountains is very important, and we try to buy this type of water. What are features of this water? It's a soft, having optimal level of calcium, 8 to 20. Otherwise, we will not have the enough level of calcium for our organism. And when it's over 20 milligram per liter, this is not acceptable, and all studies prove that the optimal level of calcium of minerals is important. Plus, people in mountains drink melted water. From isotope point of view, it means that it's very high quality water, making possible to live long and healthy. So, talking about the food, of course, during this Congress, a lot of things were told about this. I will not get into details, but I would like to say that the foodstuff plays a great role. Of course, they should be organic. They have all necessary elements, and the specificity of nutrition of people from Caucasus is this: the lack of the chemical stuff, and in their diet we see that a lot of herbs and fruits and vegetables, dairy products of cow and goat milk, and the pomegranate juice is very important for us. For Azerbaijan, the butter. Probably most of you have heard about ghee produced in India. How beneficial is this? Here in Caucasus, the butter is very popular, is a normal product used in cooking. Fruits and vegetables are very good here. You probably tested it. Azerbaijani fruits and vegetables. In our diet, we have different types of nuts, chestnuts, walnuts, nuts, and lentil. They are their source of production of some hormones, and of course curcuma and saffrons. And I must say that these spices are used not only for taste, for good taste, but at the same time as this natural dye or colorant. And I would like also to share with you this portion of information about Hajar, Mrs. Hajar, who patented as a separate product, as a separate protocol of healthy nutrition based on Azerbaijani cuisine, with ingredients, with also the condiments, spices we were talking about. Actually, Mrs. Hajar, thank you very much for doing it. And soon I think that you will see dietetic protocols and menus, medicinal ones. First of all, it's tasty, because frequently we hear that dietetic food is not tasty, but Azerbaijani food, even it's dietetic, it's still tasty. And it's not a secret that the positive thinking is everything. First of all, it helps us to cope with stress. And sometimes we see people passing by, and if they think about bad things, you can see it on their face. And actually it was said here how it affects on muscles of our body, and otherwise we see bright eyes. We sometimes we even do not realize how our ideas may affect on prolonging our life or shortening. This is one of the key aspects of longevity. We will speak about time a little bit later, and we will speak how this factor is important. The secret of long livers are actually these two factors: positive thinking and also the healthy persistency. If I think, okay, even if I'm ill, I want to live, and I will persist in doing right things. And it's not so important what your diagnosis is, and probably you experienced it personally, or you know it from your patients. If the person knows for what to live, it means that he is persistent, healthy persistent, and being laborious. And if you're laborious, there's no death. This is what our hero said. And adaptability. And we understand that we can't live without stress during our lifetime. And we have stress not only in our everyday life, but also because of the international events in news affect us. Even it is not about our country, we understand that we will have this type of stress. But we realize that we need to adapt and overcome it, or to be influenced by stress. And we understand we can adapt to stress and to find out new solutions. And now I would like to refer to Quran. This is the Surah Yasin, and it says that those whom we give the long life, we give the different image. Translation of Elmir Kuliyev, and there is a reason why I'm referring to it, because if you take it from physical point of view, this is about the rules of the law. We live longer and we look differently, and many of my clients say that I want to get old, and they cannot accept it. But this is the rule. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't improve the quality of our lives. And by accepting these rules, we actually diminish the stress, we get rid of the stress. Before me, girls said about their age with proud, and I think that all women can speak about this with proud, because this is absurd. My age is my wealth. I don't want to change my age to go back in time. And maybe our body is young and healthy, what we are not experiencing, we do not realize its value. Only with age we understand how important it is. And this experience, this moral experience, is very valuable. Yes, friends. And I would like also to talk about the Ikigai system. This is the Japanese system of values. Why, by the way, Japanese, according to the statistic, have many people living long? Because this philosophy is about finding the meaning of life. Just look what it's combining. There are 4 elements here. When we develop the concept of our life, many people say that we want to live longer. But what is your goal? If your ecological goals is not set, we will not know, our organism and brain will not know the way to go. And with this, you can overcome diseases and problems in your life. This is the concept, what I love to do, what I like doing, and what I can do best of all, what I can do best, and for what I can be paid. This is also an important element. And what I can share with the world. By bringing these elements together, we get our Ikigai. If one is not there, for example, I don't like to do, then I do not feel succeeded, fulfilled, or the element for what I'm paid is not there, and it means that I do not live my life in full. I do not feel the meaning, and the element about my sharing, what I share with life, I feel no perspective. And if I can bring together the joy, what I can share with the world, and so bringing all these elements together, these components together, I can get the correct meaning of life. So ask yourself, if you want to live long, but for what? What I can do during this long period of life. And also, I would like to speak about the Mahmoud Evazov. He was also a farmer. This is the post-stamp from Soviet. He was he lived 148 years, and he also said that it's important why I live, because I give my labor to the world, feed people, These people were very good people, good-hearted people,
всему прочему, еще были очень добросовестны. Итак, я
and at the
постаралась
same
уложиться.
time,
Если
they
будут
were
какие-то вопросы,
integrated.
задавайте. И я
If you have
вам
questions, you
желаю
can
быть
address them,
здоровыми
and I wish
и
you to
жить
be
качественно. И найти
healthy
смысл вашего
and to
долголетия.
have
Thank
Спасибо.
you, Vika. Thank you
quality
very
life.
much. Congratulations with the basic presentation. Okay, guys, we're almost there. We're almost there. We have one more presentation before we awaken the. We have one more presentation. Yeah, very quick. We have one more presentation before we awaken the shaman in us. I would like to ask Dmitry Zanin to come to the stage. His presentation is about the age psychological and age chronological. And Dmitry is a founder and international expert of Azerbaijan New Skill Academy, and he's a practicing psychology for 15 years and more. Thank you, Dmitry. Floor is yours. Thank you.
My mother used to tell me this story. When I was 2, I was looking forward for my birthday and marking all the days when this beautiful day will come. He wanted to have the big pasta, the family gathered together, and he took the piece of the pasta and sat down. Okay, I'm older now. Hello everybody, my name is Dimitri, and this story I told you about inspired me. By the way, I will try to keep short, but this is very important issue and I would like to discuss it with you. I don't like just talking stories, but I'm inviting you to be active and to discuss it. When this beautiful moment comes, just remember your childhood. We all loved our birthdays. We were looking forward when it will come. But after some period of time, we lost our joy of looking forward for our birthday, and we mark it only formally. Oh, again, birthday. When this absolute age is turned into conditional one, and what's happening to us? Several basic ages. When we look at some stages, there are stages actually, the periods of our life we need to go through. So where is this point when the joy of age stops to be joy and becomes something different? Let's do this small experiment. Friends, please raise your hands, those who do not feel his or her age. Look around, we see very unique people, unique group of people who do not feel their own age. Do we need it or not? Albert Einstein once said, if until 30 a scientist didn't invent something interesting, after that he will not invent anything important. And it was proved many times. Marashi did this study and he studied scientific works. You can see this scientist on the slide. And what are interesting things, publication they did, very valuable works they did, starting 1900 till 16, and it shows that the younger a person is in scientific activity, more success he will have, and productivity will not suffer. So the older the person, it can be more productive. And what is it different from the child who have been waiting for the birthday, and between this person now who works 5 times a week. What is the principal difference? In 2 words, I want and I need. Just pay attention to this, because we will need these words. I want and I need. The childhood is associated with condition when we are in our chronological, biological, psychological age, and we want a lot of things. And years go, and then we say we need. In one of the consultations, I asked my client, what do you want? And he was thinking, he says, I need to want. I need to want. This is very, very important, because psychological age is how my body is functioning, and calendar age, biological age, and psychological age, what I feel, how I feel my age. They are related with each other. And they are related with each other when we are in constant movement. We want or I need. Edward Lange, 2 experiments I would like to talk about, and not so many people know about that. The first experiment was done in the framework of the studies of the complex of trained inability.
Феномен воспитанной беспомощности. Что такое феномен воспитанной беспомощности? Это когда при всем желании я уже не хочу ничего делать. Пропадает желание.
A little bit louder, you say. The trained helplessness.
Бьют по рукам, делать
Or,
не хочется.
what does it mean?
Феномен воспитанной беспомощности.
When I have no wish to do. And the question is, how we can retrain ourselves to get out from this. Elizabeth Lange did this experiment. He selected 2 groups, and 2 groups from the home of elderly people. And he said that the first group, you don't need to clean your rooms, and some events will be organized, and you will get flowers in your rooms. And the second group said that you will have an opportunity to organize your body and your room as you want. You can take this flower, but you will take care. What do you think about the result of this experiment? The phenomenon of trained helplessness, the quality of life, decreased in the number of disease, increased in flowers that fainted. And another group where elder people took care about their flowers, they started to organize their own events, making fun, and the quality of life has increased. So when I have, and I keep, I want, when I keep, to preserve my elements of moving forward, psychological age is affecting my psychological, physiological age. And frankly, we always look at the elder people as people with no capacity. We want to help them to do, we try to do something for them. But if we can train something, we can keep our life longer. 3 key moments which are interrelated with each other. This is the body, physiology, feelings, body, and our formal age. 3 elements. We'll start this circle, subconscious stereotype of age. 30 years if you are not married, you will not have. If 40 years if you don't have money, that you will have. Have you heard about the stereotypes? At what age you should do what? These are all stereotypes we will come across all the time, permanently. And these type of stereotypes are associated with criteria and with cultural phenomena. People are different. In Greek, Roman, we see that the ages are different. How old are you now, according to calendar? But is there any symbol of this age? I will not continue. I can refer to another experiment. Another experiment also in the house of elder people. It is very great. Several old people were moved to another house and they arranged the environment, interior, photographs, the same as they had around 10-20 years ago. The same posters, the same furniture, all the same. For all people, they have created the environment, and actually they were really old. They couldn't even sometimes move. They've created these environments, and paradoxically, majority of them, more than 60%, despite of serving, started doing it themselves. And the environment which takes out stereotypes helps us to live differently. Thank you. So we have only 1 minute, girls, to move, and please don't miss the major event of this evening. Only a couple of words, and you will go to the airport, to your flight. Dear beautiful girls, we are from Israel, cosmetologists, and we're united with knowledge and energy. We would like to share it with our clients, and actually we visited many places, but frankly we didn't have so many beauties we see here. This is absolute true. When visiting big congresses in other countries, cosmetologists, therapists, when you look at them and you want to look beautiful, but here is something different. You are so beautiful, all of you here. Young and good looking, and energy is unbelievable. Thank you very much, the organizers. And there are people on earth who have energy and power to bring together all of us and to give idea, to help us to create and to share beauty with others. And and we wish to come together again in 20 years and to look as we are now, or even better. Thank you, everybody. We really enjoyed this. Good evening. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to organizers. This is the very good experience, very good speakers I met here. The level was very high and everything was organized on a very high level. I love Azerbaijani people, Azerbaijan, in the very beautiful city, beautiful people. We love all of you, and Israel, we say until we wish all of you to live until 120 and stay healthy. Thank you, and good luck to you.
Our last but not least session, which everybody was waiting, I hope. Personally, I was waiting for this session. There is no need to introduce our dear friend, Thierry Ertog, who is going to awake the shaman in us. So Thierry is a very polite guy. He said, I have only 30 minutes, but I will not be able to awaken shaman in you. I need about 40, 45 minutes. Anybody has problem with Thierry will take his time and relax and do as he wants? Yes? So Thierry, time is yours. You have no time limit. There is no time limit. You can do whatever you want. Personally, I look forward. Thank you. If you need this microphone, if you're going to walk around, you can use this one. Yeah, so you don't have to be standing here.
Okay, so this is a special lecture. It is a practical session. I want you to feel spirituality in you and around you. So there will be at the end of my lecture some exercises, but already during the lecture, you will probably already start feeling the energy. So we are health professionals. Doctors and other therapists are actually the successors of the healers of the prehistory. You see these healing, they did all sorts of activities, but they healed actually the patients in a different way that we do. We have restricted ourselves to heal just the physical body, and sometimes some mental, the mind. And so over the years, we've specialized ourselves and become this doctor with or without this white coat. And ancient healers were really healers of three different domains. They were healers of the body, hormone therapies, for example. They were healing of mind, and they were healing also the soul. And I'm going to talk specifically on healing the soul, that you in your practice can start helping your patients heal the soul in a way everybody feels comfortable. You don't need to be like a fanatic religious person who wants to impose, but you just make them feel the spiritual energy that can also help them heal. And so ancient healing in spiritual healing was very important in ancient. It was maybe even predominant. Of course, the healer also had plants that he sniffed, that he had the impression it will work, and then it worked. So he worked also with supplements, at least of plants, and he also could do some psychological help. He was gifted, and I believe, and I feel the energy here, that you all are healers, and that you all are shamans. Most of you don't know it. You don't know it because you're specifically blocking it. Spiritual healing was sometimes even predominant, like in Egyptian medicine. And so modern healing now is different. It's healing of the body. That's good. Healing of the mind, psychological, we'll leave that to a special category of persons who are not always very successful because they forget one thing: you also need to heal the soul, and that's almost totally gone from our practice. However, much of the best work you ever have done as physicians was when you felt it, how you had to do, and then you execute it. And that feeling was probably a spiritual feeling. So healing, okay, but can you really heal physically without some spiritual healing? That's a question I ask you, don't need to answer, but let this question make its work into you. So health professionals, I believe, or I feel, are really gifted healers. It's like another category of feeling spirituality. It has nothing to do with religion, spirituality. Of course, many religions promote spirituality, but spirituality is universal. It's not one religion more than another. It is really in the domain of feeling and not of believing. So you have to experience spirituality. You cannot understand it. Many health problems include problems like physical problems like this are actually or maybe due to a spiritual problem, insufficient spirituality. Because if you have a spiritual problem, you don't take so good care of yourself because something's wrong, and some people are even partially not there. Part of their soul is gone. And it's possible, half an hour session, to get their soul back. But of course, for me, it looks easy because I believe, I feel it's easy and had an experience. But it's in reality very easy. There's a need for spiritual progress in most patients. So now I had patients who were enthusiastic. Wow, all these hormone therapies, nutritional therapies, some psychological advices, they liked it. But they get much more enthusiastic now. They're enthusiastic because I've touched why are they here on earth? And I let them feel the energy, and then they suddenly open up because they knew it from a long time ago, but it's just opened up something in them. So health professionals are naturally gifted healers, but what happens is that too many physicians and other health professionals block their ability to connect with the spiritual world, and that costs a lot of energy. All those, when you're tense, for example, that's an example of a person who's blocking not only his or her emotions, but also his or her spirituality. And so to connect with the spiritual world, you should not block your ability. Some believe it's crazy, so I'll be serious. I'll tell you one thing, spirituality has nothing to do with seriousness. If you're serious, you're blocking your spirituality. It's feeling, it's emotional. And to help people connect with spiritual healing power that is in and outside them, we are doing often an effort not to connect and to help people. So what is a shaman? A shaman is a person who connects with the spiritual world for me, and I like the world, but many people believe it's all these trances and these show and things like that. Okay? But and to be a shaman is very easy because you all have been shamans in other lives, probably. And so a shaman is actually a healer who connects for healing with the spiritual world. It gives him inspiration also to help heal the body. I work with hormone therapies. I have a lot of knowledge on hormone therapies, but I feel the dose I need to give to my patient. I feel the therapy the patient needs to have. And of course, I have physical signs that confirm it, and I have lab tests that confirm it, but I also feel much in my work, and that helps me to be a better doctor. It's not something you should shut. It's not something that makes you subjective. It's something that makes you a better doctor and a better person. So, however, trances, special courses, screams, show, you don't need that. You don't need that. It's much easier. That's a show. It's not that it's bad. It's that the aim of doing those dances and those trances is that they come in the energy. But what are those efforts? So much efforts when you can in a second go into the spiritual domain. So this is not necessary. You may do it. It's not bad, but it's not necessary to be a good healer and a good shaman. In 1 second, just a fraction of a second even, you can connect with the spiritual world all around and in you. And my wife and I, when we pay attention, we are directly in what you can call a heightened state of awareness. You know, the Buddhists talk, you have to be in the heightened state of awareness and at the end of your life, and that's no, now it's possible. At every second of your life, it is possible. And you are gifted persons. I feel it, and you know it well within you. So, who are the patients who need spiritual healing? I'm going to show you some of the patients that need spiritual healing. How do you recognize those patients? Well, patients who withhold emotions. The best way to not connect with the spiritual world, withhold the emotions. Don't express anger, don't express fear, and don't express sadness. Don't cry, because cry and fear, that's weakness. And anger is bad. However, you can do it differently, and we'll talk, but you need to express all emotions inside of you. Take the example of hate. Express the hate inside of you. It's a terrible form of anger. But when you let it go, because it's anyway in you, what I do is I say, I feel the anger or the hate or the fear or the sadness in all my cells, all my tissues, my nose, my hair, my legs, my feet. I feel the anger and I feel all those atoms angry in me. And then something happens. I'm being transformed positively by this force, and after 15 minutes on average, it's gone. And once you experience it after 5 minutes or 3 minutes, it's gone. You need to express your emotions not outside necessarily. You can, but especially inside of you. And then you heal. All emotions that come in you are good emotions. Good emotions. They will transform you if you let them go. Let them. And then they transform you, and then you're changed, and you can meet the person you were angry on, and there's no problem. You don't have any anger anymore. So please respect yourself. All emotions that come inside of yourself are for your benefit. And if you express them, you will be, again, the shaman you should always have been. So people with sold emotions, they show a tense body, low happiness, often depressed. They block their joy. Imagine blocking your joy. But many of you do that. They don't try to laugh when there's something laughing in order not to embarrass the other people. So you do not necessarily need to express your emotion outside. You don't need to hit somebody when you're angry, but you need to express them inside. The other person may not feel it or whatever what's happening, but after you're transformed and you are more sensitive, you feel the love in the world and the good things in the world much better. So how do you recognize personal patients in need? Like these patients, absent-minded. They're there, and part of them is not there. You see that on their eyes. Often they don't look in your eyes, and they seem not to be totally there or no are alive in front of you. Like all these persons here, absent-minded. They are not totally there. And also other patients, spiritual needy, people who are addiction. And many of us have addiction. And I'm not perfect in that. I tend to eat too much, for example. And so people with substance abuse, typically they try to fill the gap they have because part of their soul is gone. You can have part of your soul gone. And they try to fill the gap by overeating, smoking, drinking, taking drugs. They need spiritual healing. So how can you connect? And I'm going to use the word reconnect with spiritual world because you are able to do that, and you have done that in the past. And awaken the shaman or the healer in you, and the shaman is the spiritual healer for me. So how can you awaken the shaman in you? Well, it's easy, very easy. First thing for you to say, even if you believe it's bad, say it's easy, and you transform the things. What you say will become reality. I always say things are easy, and they are really easy then. I don't know what happens, but this world around us is our friend. It's not a neutral world. It's not a cold world. You can ask anything you want at the world, and you will see much, if not all of that, will realize itself. But you have to put good vibrations, and a good vibration is saying it's easy, very easy. You have everything in you already, so you don't need to do an effort. You have to stop doing an effort. Stop blocking your emotions. That's the first thing. Don't do efforts anymore. You're already brilliant. So why would you block your brilliancy? And so spiritual energy is all around and in you. And we'll do some exercises for you to feel this at the end of the lecture. So the shaman, what people who connect are people who connect with the spiritual world, and what do shaman perceive? Well, let's make a comparison first. Descartes is a famous French philosopher, very intelligent. I'm stressing the word very intelligent, okay? He said, I think, so I am, so I exist. And he's right. But do you want to exist? Or do you want to live? Live. So that's the predominance of thinking. And much of us, and me, I was willpower thinking most of my life. And of course I had feelings, but basically willpower was dominating me. Now not anymore. Feeling is dominating me. And spirituality, what is that? I feel, so I live. You have to feel things to live. You're not alive if you just think. You're in another world. You're not even in the present time where everything happens. And so this is the predominance of feeling, spirituality. That's why there's no conflict with religion. Religion is often a belief system that you have certain rules, and it's sort of spirituality that has been tried to be categorized. But basically, you can feel. If you believe in God, you can feel God. That's better than believing. It's the next step, I would say. There's a magic in the world you need to discover, and that is spirituality. And probably after these exercises, you will feel these little energies that I feel so often. Just feel what is in you, surrounds you, and happens to you. It's all you have to do to get into contact with spirituality. Feel. Without thinking. So what I do is I sort of put my mind at rest in vacation, in a nice place, not in a horror place, in a nice place. And then, so how to connect with the spiritual world? What to do spiritually? To grow spiritually, you should put your mind on vacation, first thing. And don't put it in a very beautiful place. For my family, Ibiza is the beautiful place. Maybe now it's becoming Baku or its surroundings, if we're going to visit their surroundings, because I think Azerbaijan, I feel a very good energy here, okay? But put your mind on just say, okay, stop thinking and stop judging. So what happens, you don't have to judge. Even this presentation, all I ask you now is to feel and not to think it over and not to evaluate, to judge, just feel. And switch from a predominant mental thinking that most people do. We've learned that at university. It has to be scientific, serious, etc. That has value. It's not a bad thing. But it's better also to feel things. Just feel now. And just feel what is now in you. Feel your heart beating, for example, or you're sweating, or your skin, or your head, your nose. Feel. And feel what surrounds you, the air around you, and the lovely people around you. And what happens now? The lecture or the air conditioning. So spiritual energy is something you feel. You cannot understand it. We'll see that with the exercise, but you can feel it. And to grow spiritually, accept also and express all emotions that appear in you. Now, there's a little problem with emotions, is that maybe 70% of our emotions, or 90%, do not come from us because we are emotional telepaths. Somebody next to you is angry and you feel the anger. But once it's in you, it's your emotion, it's your force of spiritual transformation that is beneficial for you. Let it be, let it express and do its work in you. Don't withhold, don't try to not think on of it, just feel it and let it be. Even if it's the worst distress in the world, the worst discouragement, the, let it, and it will go away, but it will transform you and you'll be a much better person after, much more sensitive. And so emotions are forces of spiritual transformation, and they are there for you to be a better person. And that's really something that you don't have to be afraid of any emotion. You just don't not necessarily need to express it to the outside, but you certainly and primarily need to express it inside of you. So to grow spiritually, you also should connect then. Once you have expressed your emotions, it's like you're being cleaned up, and then you can feel the energy. But if you withhold emotions, you cannot feel the energy. The spiritual energy. When all emotions are expressed, you can feel the spiritual energy. You can even feel the energy of these decorations, of the ground, of the people around. You can feel that. You may not think, you just feel. And so then you connect with the spiritual energy, and that can tell you it's real healing power. So spiritual growth also brings you in transcendence. Transcendence means you are in several dimensions. You are in this physical world, but you're connected with the spiritual world, with maybe a sort of dimension of inner peace, a dimension of tenderness, a dimension of goodness or love. And it's only in the feeling you can be in transcendence. So if I will resume, because that's important also for the exercise, put your mind at rest. The mind has no competence to make you feel the spiritual energy. Cannot make you spiritual, your mind. It can help you, but it's a helper. And I'll tell you also something. What I experience is that my mind, and I think yours, does not want to dominate you. So people who are always dominant in their mind, it has to be scientific, it has to be logic, etc. They are always irritable because their mind doesn't want to be in power. It wants to be a helper who will amaze the soul by its brilliance. So it's there as a helper, not as a dominant. Your heart and your soul should dominate. Your heart, in certain sense, spiritual heart, is the warmer part of your soul. So put it on vacation in a nice place. Switch from thinking to feeling. Switch from predominant mental thinking to just feeling, and just feel. Whatever surrounds you or appears in you. And accept and express all emotions. Everything's okay. Even an emotion you think is bad, just express it in yourself. 15 minutes later, it will go away. Maybe it's an emotion of a severe trauma. Maybe it takes half an hour, several hours. You had a trauma 30 years ago, you never overcame it. Maybe it will take several days of expressing it inside of yourself, but it will go away. It won't take months. It takes months is that you're still withholding. Normally it should go very quickly away, even the most severe trauma, and in you, and then experience them as force of spiritual transformation. Don't be afraid of a terrible distress, because that the more intense the emotion is, the more it will transform you for the better. And at least this is my experience. Connect then with the spiritual energy. These are the steps to connect with the spiritual energy. When you feel, you connect already with the spiritual energy. That's why in 1 second you go in the feeling, you're connected. Transcendence. There are health benefits that have been shown that people who go in transcendence meditation do better. For example, this study on older adults, 81 years of age on average, they have a high risk of dying. And this was examined here. With no treatment, we had the lowest rates of survival. You see here. There, if they were submitted during 3 years to relaxation, they were slightly a better survival, low mindfulness. If they had what is so popular, mindfulness training, they did better, 87.5% improved. But mindfulness is feeling the present time, feeling your body. It's not just feeling all dimensions together, transcendence. So transcendental meditation, 100% survived of the 81-year-olds. Shows you the power of transcendence. You feel so much better. And here you have hypertensive African American men. And it was shown for the atherosclerosis, the intima media thickness, there was one group who aggravated. They all had a sort of health consults. And others, there was a regression of the atherosclerosis in the carotid arteries, a regression. So that you say this is not possible. Yes, it's possible to reverse, not only with growth hormone, but also with a certain treatment. And what was the treatment? Health education, it worsened. But probably if they didn't have health education, it would be even worse. And this is in 6 to 9 months. It's a big difference. When it's transcendental meditation, it was better. So it's healing. They're using the healing power of being in transcendence. Actually, they're feeling the spiritual energy. And another study here was patients with advanced cancer. They had 20 sessions of intensive meditation, and almost all had much lower anxiety, depression, discomfort. It didn't help so much for tumor growth. About 30% had improvement in their tumor growth. It slowed down, but they greatly felt better, and the chances of dying in dignity and not in indignity and in rebellion was 90%. So it does something where it changes the person. So how can you, as a healer or shaman, whatever the word you want to use, introduce your patient to spirituality? How do I do it? So what counters spirituality is when patients withhold their emotions. So you explain that to your patients, that withholding yourself from expressing emotions, you will need for that to contract muscles. And when you contract muscles, the blood supply to the muscles doesn't arrive at the right place. Okay? So if there's not enough blood, your treatment with hormones, with nutrients, or whatever you would give, or even water, doesn't arrive there. So that these organs where there's muscular contraction remain tense. And so do not withhold emotions. That's what I say to my patients, because that can counter the effects of the treatment. And that's something every patient can accept to hear. And so my first tip, express your emotions, and then I say the word. I say these emotions are forces of spiritual transformation. They heal you. After you can love people more, you can feel the world better, you're more in the present time, and they still can accept that little word among all the words, spiritual transformation. Especially after the COVID, you have seen patients are different, and you yourself often have changed. The fact that we had to stay at home and look ourselves in the mirror, and it changed something in ourselves, and you can talk openly on spirituality much easier than before. So, and then I expect when you internally accept and express all the emotions inside of you, you're spiritually transformed, and your body relaxes, and the blood supply can come to all organs very well, much better, and the hormones or the nutrients can arrive there, or the better food that you eat can arrive there. So please, if there's any contraction in you, go to the osteopath to unblock that, but also do your work. Let those emotions freely in yourself. Even if they seem to come from other people, don't try to understand. Once there's there, it's for your benefit to transform. and to be the person you should always have been, yourself. What the world desperately needs from you is not your personality, which is an adaptation to the world and the society. What the world desperately needs from you is your soul, your heart, because all of us are different. None of us is equal. None of us is superior or inferior to the other, but we're all different. So we're all rich. We have something to give to others. It's ourselves. And you heal much. You can do, you have mothers and fathers who work and work and work for their children, and they don't have time for their children. It's more important to be yourself than to do things for others. It makes them better. You have better. So how can you and your patients become familiar with the spiritual world? So let's do some exercises. And first of exercise is, in all these exercises, just feel, don't think. It's not bad to think, but it won't help you. Just feel. And put your mind on rest in a nice place, not in a bad place, in a paradise. I always put in the most beautiful paradise you can imagine, but now it's become automatically. And I just feel. So spirituality, we know now more than over, it is feeling, okay? It's not thinking. You cannot be spiritual if you're serious. So stop being serious. If you laugh, you're spiritual. But if you don't smile, don't laugh, neutral, you're not in spirituality. So first of all, who are you? Who are you? Let's look yourself at a mirror. You can imagine yourself, you're looking at a mirror. You can close your eyes if you want, or you look at the slides, but imagine anyway that you're looking yourself at a mirror. Like this person, looking at the mirror. And then look closely. Look all details on yourself. You can imagine, do that in imagination, it works as well. All the details. What do you really see? What you really see when you look at yourself in the mirror is a splendid being. A splendid being. Everything in you is a miracle. Not only is there life in you, but you have eyes. And yet in your eyes there are a lot of details. Any organ of you is infinite. You can never count the number of atoms. You need more than a lifetime to count. Everything is unbelievable. It's marvelously unique. And you're different from any other person. There's no even identical twins are different in much details. My wife is an identical twin, and I can see the difference. So I don't kiss the wrong woman. And even the voice is a little different. Even though other people hear the same voice, I hear a complete different voice. Once you know better. So what you feel now is your richness, because you can feel yourself even more than see your richness, your value. You are, and there's no hesitation about that. You're a splendid, marvelous being. And if you maltreat yourself, behind that maltreatment, there's a splendid being. So stop maltreating yourself and put the red carpet before you for whatever you do. You deserve it. You are. I believe that there's sort of reincarnation and that we've lived already a lot of lives. And I can feel that you already have a high ascendance spiritually. And I'm sure that I'm right with this. But that's, of course, a belief, but I feel it. It's more a feeling than a belief. So now let's feel your eternity. You don't believe you're eternal. You started living at a moment, and then you will disappear, and it will be completely finished for you. Okay, that's a thought process. That's thinking, okay? But your feelings will say something else. So, what you can do is, since how long do you exist? I question you, you don't have to answer, don't think. or you try to think, but with thinking you won't arrive. You cannot say, I started existing at that moment, that hour, at that minute, and then I will stop existing that moment. You cannot. You cannot think it. You cannot perceive it. It's not understandable. I'm going to make it a little easier for you to answer the question. Are you existing since before or after the Big Bang? You know the Big Bang, when the universe, physical universe started to grow? That's the Big Bang. So at the moment, something happened. So did you live, are you existing before or after the Big Bang? Again, with your mind, it's completely incompetent. It cannot realize what is really the truth behind that. Now feel the answer in yourself. No mind. Feel. And what you feel it really, when you started to be born or to exist, you don't feel anything. You're eternal. You always have existed. There's no beginning. And now try to feel your end. That you will, when you're dead, you will die. You cannot. You feel that it will continue. It's in the feeling, and the feeling is trustable, not the mind. That is what you are feeling now, is your eternity. This is something you can also make patients feel. Their eternity. So what you feel is your eternity. You are really eternal. Not only a splendid being, but you're an eternal being, and you cannot change that. Now, you could say it would be, it would be terrible to live eternally. I will suffer and suffer and suffer. No. If you want to grow spiritually, you have to make your life lighter. It doesn't work the way by suffering all the time. Most of the suffering we have, not all, we have caused it by working for other people, by doing things and neglecting ourselves. But when you take good care of yourself and you love yourself a lot and you grow that love, it becomes more and more passionating to live in this life and in any other life probably. Now, let's feel your infinity. You say, infinity is not possible. I have a body like here. Here's my body. And that's it. Okay, that's, again, your mind who says that. Okay? So, feel now your soul in this room. I think anybody can feel that. In this room, feel your soul. You feel, yes, you can feel it. And once you feel that, let's go further. Feel your soul in this neighborhood. You know, there's the sea there, and there's the hotel, and there's some buildings on the other side. Feel your soul there. Now go further. Feel your soul in the whole city of Baku, where there are 15 centers of shamanism. But there's also other things. I haven't seen them yet. Feel your soul in the country, in Azerbaijan, the mountains there, the sea, the people. Feel your soul there. And go further. Feel your soul in the whole continent here. Actually, it's a big continent because Asia and Europe in a certain sense. So feel your soul in all that part, and you can feel that. Go further. Feel your soul on our beautiful planet, water planet, Earth. Take your time, feel it. And now go beyond. Feel your soul in the whole solar system. Feel the sun, feel the planets, Neptunus, Jupiter, Mars, Venus. And go further in the whole Milky Galaxy. I can tell you out of personal experience, this is a real feeling you have. You feel your soul in the Milky Galaxy. a beautiful galaxy that will disappear in a few billion years by fusion with Andromeda, I believe. And then feel your soul in the billions of galaxies of the physical universe. Feel it. Feel how intense it can feel and fresh. And now go further. Feel beyond the physical universe. And you can go into the spiritual universe and you're in the spiritual universe. What you feel now is your infinity. It's only by feeling that you can arrive to that knowledge or experience. You are infinite. We are all connected, actually. And what you feel is that. So, you see, with your patients, you can make them feel their eternity, their infinity, and then a lot of anxiety falls down. Because they think they have only one life and maybe I disappear or I will be judged. You're not going to be judged. Spirituality has nothing to do with judgment or with the mental world. You're going to be helped, you're going to be loved, and you shouldn't worry about that. And they lose their worries and they become better persons. Now let's go further. We're a little bit ambitious here. Let's feel your divinity. You don't believe you're divine? Yes, yes you are. You're going to feel it? Very easy. Imagine that you're looking down on yourself. Like you're here with the people around you. Looking down. What you see, you look like this person looks down to that person. I don't know if you see, but there's a little person down there. And imagine you're looking down. And you're now looking down and you see the person, yourself as an observer. Okay? What you really are seeing is God is looking at his creation. That's how we can imagine at least God looks at his creation. And what you feel now is your divinity. You are divine. That's why you can ask a thing and get it. Because you're part of that divine. For me, the way I experience is God is everybody together. And that's why you can ask God what you want. It's a little part of God asking at a great part of God something by prayer. And that's why when I cannot do harm to you, because if I do harm, I feel the harm in myself because I'm connected. We're all God together with the animals, with the plants, etc. That's why I cannot say something is bad or good or superior. I can feel things that are better developed, that have less blockages. But I'm not superior to any other person because I'm just part of the whole. So you are yourself, and at the same time you are also God or part of God. And that's why there's so much goodness in this world, because you feel that the goodness is a real good thing. Now, so we can go further. I hope you're still okay, fresh enough for that. Is feel the connection with all. We're all connected. And so now feel your connection with the objects in this room, the carpet, the lights. This very beautiful, because I really want to compliment the organization, this very beautiful podium. I really like it, the way it's, wow. And the ceiling, decoration. And feel that you're connected. Yeah, you feel them. That's the connection is when you feel them. You feel the lamp that you're looking at. And then you feel more and more objects, but you can feel that you're connected with the object because you feel inside of you these objects. And now in every, in the air, there's a lot of bacteria and viruses. So feel these bacteria and viruses, and there are no plants here, but feel there's on the average 100 million bacteria per square meter here. Outside, 200 million per square meter. Okay? So you feel that and feel your connection. Yes, you are connected. And then feel your connections with all the human beings in this room. All these people who want to make the world better and are making the world better. And you're making the world better partly by what you're doing, but more by the person you are. We make people feel better by being ourselves, the person we are. That's the best gift you can give to others, in my experience. And so you can feel your connection with everything in the world. We felt it with the galaxies, with the stars, with the planet Earth, with the city. You can feel in the room, in the universe. We are all connected. But you have to stop blocking, stop doing an effort. If you don't do an effort, you can feel. It's simply as that. For me, at least, that's how it is. And if you believe it's complicated, just make a joke with the universe and say it's easy. And you will see it will become easy because that's what you ask the universe. So what you feel now is your connection with everything. Everybody that exists and will exist. You can also feel somewhere the time doesn't exist so much anymore. You are connected. And I think doctors and therapists have an ability more than others to connect. So, in conclusion, doctors and health professionals are healers, and they are gifted and competent. You didn't choose your profession just to earn money. You did because you thought or you felt this is a good thing to do. And because you're probably been a therapist in other lives. So you're gifted and competent to treat the patients, but not only the body, but the mind and also the soul. And you know, just your presence, you have seen that just by your presence, sometimes patients feel better. That's your spirituality. That's your spiritual shine. You can heal a lot of people or help healing, because I still believe we need to work on the three domains, not just one domain. Connect with spiritual world and spiritual healing energy. And spiritual energy is really something that I have some people I'm helping because they have terminal cancer and they seem to have terminal cancer regressing. It's not the only treatment that they're doing, because I don't believe in just one thing, but I believe that spirituality has a role, and a big role. For you to know, there's a cruise on the Nile in 2024 in February, where we'll see I'll be there and we'll see all the great pyramids and all the very important things, some special places nobody goes to. And you can have a brochure if it interests you. The price will be fixed next week. But this is the program I'm proposing. There will be apparently the best Egyptologist, who is an American, will be part of the trip for the thing. But I will do the spiritual part. And for example, the first day, it will be who you are, how to feel your eternity, infinity, and divinity. That actually we did, but there will be like 1 hour on that, and then 1 hour where I will try to learn people who are there how to do it. Okay, so practical exercises. And then there will be in the evening hours an audio. I have well, it will seem to you very strange. I was always a person who's very scientific, and when my father died, something strange happened. I never thought something was possible. I thought it was nuts, and etc. Is that three persons had a contact with my father after death. So I said, this is impossible. But I felt it was true. I said, this is strange, this feeling. So I myself came I put a letter at his burial. We went after at his house to have a reception, and I went into his office that he had at home, and I put a paper, and I said, I'm going to check the information. I have to be scientific, etc. And then I wrote the date, the name, and then I did something absolutely fantastic that's changed all my life. I said, I will not think, I will not judge. Everything that comes immediately there, I will write it down. Anything. But I will not try to change it or judge it, whatever happens. And I said, hello, Dad. And then he said, what I felt is, yes, Thierry, you're not dreaming, you're not inventing, you're not, I'm really there, and I don't want you to be sad, and things like that. I didn't believe 100%. Fortunately, I have my wife who's a little bit more advanced spiritually than I am, so I have a helper there. And I had a lot of communications, 300 now, mostly in French, some in English. And they all are fantastic in the sense it's like you have two messages. One message is the information on reincarnation, on evil, on love, on tenderness, on how to grow spiritually, and many. But some on suffering, for example, one of the letters on suffering I gave it to another person in audio. I put them all in audio to just for me during jogging to listen to that. And the person was so suffering, she listened to the letter on suffering 7 times a day during 7 days during the COVID days. And it transformed her. So, and I think this is a thing I want to teach to you. You can connect and get any information you want within a second if you're open to that. I'm almost amazed how it's easy. There's no barrier. It's so easy. You just have to stop not believing. You have to just be open, and without judgment, you just write down what happens. You ask any question, and it comes. So basically, for me, even my books will be very strong. I didn't write those books. I wrote them, but the information, I felt the information. And I think it's a way also of channeling. So day 2, how to communicate with spiritual world. Then evening audio, the great secret, are well connected. Day 3, how to succeed spiritual experiences, how to be fully where you are in the present time. Very important to be here and not be thinking elsewhere. When you think, you're almost automatically elsewhere if you rethink. Shamanism is a practice session, how to recover the soul of a patient. And then evening, and then all these evening audios are very interesting. Healing power, how to communicate with the spiritual world. The sacred we'll have probably some experiences within those runes of that area. And now, so there will be probably program changes because the group maybe demands other things. It's not really a problem. Whatever you ask, I think it's all easy. So that's a possibility. Now, you would think I would only do spirituality when I know. No, this is not so. I think we are healers. We are gifted for the body, the mind, and the soul. And so this part remains. Okay? I think I finished my session. Or do we have done a panel discussion? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thierry. Amazing presentation, very interesting presentation. So, about the trip, right? Okay. Flyers we can pick up over here later. So, let's see if we have all the speakers here. So, for our discussion sessions, yeah, Dmitry and Vika. Let's do it really quick. If you have questions, let's answer them really quickly. And then we're going to call it a night. You're coming from very far away. Okay. So, Miss Ilona, what do we have for our beautiful speakers?
А где профессор?
Professor is here. Professor is coming.
Давай кресло для профессора. Да-да-да, несутся.
Пожалуйста, пожалуйста. Так, тест. Yeah, you have this. It's working.
Окей, спасибо. Это
Thank you. This is an idea to add the topic about things out there. Not so many people speak about that, and I'm very glad that we are doing it, and it's very interesting. The first question will be addressed to Professor Ibadov. The question is this: people can only be healed only in your clinics, or I can suppose that you have also students where people can apply to. Yes, I would like to tell that I have a school and I teach this methodology, and presently there are people who can do this, and patients can be sent to them now. Okay? How about the statistics about the people long living people here in Azerbaijan? Of course, these statistics is available, and scientists are studying it. There is the special society, and most of them are veterans of the World War II. So the committee dealing with some kind of social benefits, they have this registration, and in our society, all people of advanced age are registered. And if you are interested, I can send this information to you, Dmitry. So, do you think that we must work with the childhood traumas, or there are other methods available? 1, 2, 3. Do you hear me now? Yeah, I think that we experienced problems with the microphone. I think that it's not necessary to work only with traumas of childhood. And there are faster therapies, for example, coaching approach. And what is the difference there? We do not try to find the problem and to solve it. We try to reach the goal we want. And when we reach it, it will be faster. And we heard it many times. I'm so tight to forgive my father. I want to earn money. So it is better to have the goal. It is better to have the goal in future rather than to try to heal something, to change something in the past. Dr. Thierry, do you have some kind of a personal meditation you can suggest to those who can undergo it?
And is it possible, if you do, is it possible to get them or to have them and to practice them?
Can you press
Yes, no. That's
So we're planning to put an app with medical information and spiritual information. We plan to have it for beginning of next year with all these texts that are really very inspiring. I must say, I don't consider it's for me. I just downloaded, and so they will be accessible within 6 months to 9 months normally with an app. But it will also be medical information because I think, again, body, mind, soul is important. And we know already how to do it. It's just that I finished something before in June and July, and then we're going to work on it. Because I want to share it because it's super. And one day, all of you may be have that sort of communication, because I believe you all are able to do that, and we'll share, we'll enrich ourselves very much, because it's endlessly. What I have seems already for me fantastic, at least, and many others around me, because I do share it with friends and others. But I think there's much more, and you might be part of those who will bring that information.
Thank you very much.
Спасибо.
I'm also waiting for them to get your meditations.
Профессор, где
Professor,
можно подробно прочитать про
where
вашу методику,
we can find detailed information about your methodology, and what is the address of the site of your school? Of course, actually, I wanted to say about this in my previous answer. The matter is this. At the moment, I'm heading the Laboratory of Psychohygiene, and it is under the Institute of Issues of Education. Now it's called Institute of Education, and there I deliver seminars, I teach my students, and those who are interested in this can come to our center, and with a great pleasure I'll be able to answer all questions. And at the same time, I would like to give you address of your site, yai-ocido.com, yai.ocido.com. Ocido is one of our symbols, and we have developed it during our scientific researches. In translation, it means the mirror of life. In Azerbaijani language, it also means the mirror of life. And this symbol protects human beings and develops abilities and potentials. And I would like also to say that one of the secrets of prolonging life is using this symbol. It works very well. Thank you very much. And the next question will be addressed to Bikan. You have mentioned about the educational school. You mentioned that you are representative of the school. Can you give more details about that? Yes, together with Dmitry and my colleagues, with Nijat, we have arranged the project Azerbaijan New Skills Academy. This is some kind of platform, and one of initiative was about integrative approach, coaching, psychological consulting. This is the 7-month-long project, and it worked quite well. For the first time, we have very good team of new coaches, and I think Dima can also speak about that in details because he's an author of this. And Azerbaijan New Skills Academy is a space where, let's say, talents and needs can be discovered, and experts and those who are looking for experts can be brought together. Specialists can provide they present their skills then, and soon we're gonna start neuropsychology project. I think Dima can speak about this more. Okay, together with this, I would like to give floor to Dmitry, and we have question. I'm gonna read it. Do you think logotherapy can help longevity? As Mr. Frankl said in his book Psychologists in the Camp, those who thought that everything will be finished now died, and then those who think that it will never end finished, and only survived those who did something. so it can be practically used. What is the difference? What is the specificity of psychology? Because it can be studied as a bicycle. You can listen to psychological lectures, but you can cycle. So there are many theories, and you can implement them. And new ambitious project is to start neuropsychology to work with substates, and this is a clinical teaching. You can get a lot of results with that. If you're interested, you can approach me and we can discuss it. Okay, thank you. And the last question, Carrie, did you have any kind of experience with psychedelics and all this kind of thing?
If you had any, you understood the question.
I never had experience with psychedelics. I'm a very sportsman, so I don't like that. But basically, you don't need that. Walaska distorts your perception, so it puts you in, let's say, a sort of lower world where you find demons and things like that, and you are all so highly evolved that you don't need that. It overcomes maybe your blockages, but your blockages you can say goodbye. I don't want to be blocked, and it's can be much easier than you think. You can lose your emotional blockages if you just accept to express your emotions. So it's Walaska that is used in South America. I feel it's absolutely not for me. I'm extremely sensitive, so I overreact to products, and I feel it. I don't see where it can have a benefit. I can go everywhere. If I want to go in a lower world, it's no problem. But I have no affinity for what is called the lower world. If I do a session with people, for example, we're always there's never been one communication that has had a bad effect. It's always positive, it is always no judgment, and it's always valuable information. And that's so easy to have, and you cannot have that if your mind is distorted by substances. So I think it's not a bad thing to take Raska if you think you want to take those psychedelics, etc. Okay, do your experiences that you have to do it. But personally, I think it's a waste of time and a waste of energy. You can go much higher, much quicker, and better without those.
Спасибо. Есть еще один вопрос, прилетел Дмитрий.
There are three key differences. The first one, psychological consulting and psychotherapy work with the problems, and coaching work with tasks. We look forward to the future, and psychotherapy, psychological consulting worked in the past. You need to work with some problem in the past, but in coaching, you are just moving forward to reach the result. And the third key difference is this, and I'm trying not to speak about it, but they force me to speak out. This is about the psychic condition, psychic state, and depending on in what state we are. In coaching, there's a special term for this, and all our life depends on that. Regardless what we are doing, the same activity, the same process, the same algorithm we are doing in different conditions will affect people around us and to us in different ways.
Похлопаем нашим спикерам, похлопаем нам всем, похлопаем организаторам. Великолепный ивент. This is yours, right? Thank you guys. Thank you to speakers. Thank you to everyone.
Спикеры, которые есть, могут подняться
Maybe
все
speakers
на
we can take a
сцену
picture.
и
Maybe speakers come here. We take a picture with the speakers.
те Хаджар,
Wait. Speakers will take a picture. Don't go, don't go. We ask speakers to come here who is in the room to take a shot.
Может быть, какое-то фото.
Давайте это.
Спикеры, кто еще с нами?
Давайте спикеры, кто здесь в зале есть, давайте сфоткаемся. Хаджар, Фидан, Хаджар, можешь найти Хаджар? Of course, of course. Thank you everyone, thank you. Great event, thank you. Super atmosphere. Wow. Woohoo. Yo, yo, yo, yo, yo. Amazing, congratulations. Hajar Ilona, you made it, you made it. Прекрасный event. Раз. Кто хочет, подходите, тоже фоткайтесь с нами. Кто хочет, заходите на сцену. Сцена выдержит, сцена. Сцена не упадет. Упадет сцена. Кто сцену строил, скажите, сцена упадет или нет?
Я просто
Вот так, вот так.
Спасибо. Ну что, фоткаемся? Пойдем вниз, зайдем вниз. Let's go down. Я тоже хочу вниз. Раз. Ну что, мы готовы. На коленях уже стоим, фоткайте уже, да? Ниже не опустимся. Что, фотограф не фотографирует? Что?
After my sentence, but committed no crime and bad mistakes.
Все, стой.
I've had my share.